Master Chief, what are you doing on that War Thunder 4M? Sir, they got the M808B Scorpion wrong.
Okay, that should have fixed it. There we go. Now y'all can hear me. Okay, so we've been going for almost 10 minutes and nobody said a damn thing except Andrea. Yeah, that's on y'all. I've told y'all before, y'all can speak up. So, like those of you who've been here, like when I started and y'all didn't hear, anything, y'all should have spoken up. Like, God, whatever. Anyway, back on point. Well, no, that's not the point, Andre. It's that there were other people already here and they didn't say anything. That's the annoying part. It shouldn't be just your responsibility. Anyway, whatever. Point is, did they really put the Scorpion tank in War Thunder? Because that's basically torture for anyone using that thing. That thing is an awful vehicle, like design-wise. All right, what do you want, Professor? Yeah, I study the evolution of Pokemon, but the more I study, the more mysteries appear and multiply. Pokemon that evolve and those that don't. What makes them different from each other? Do those that are immature as living beings evolve to ones more mature? If so, what do we make of the legendary Pokemon that don't evolve? Or do we assume that the legendary Pokemon are complete as creatures? Yeah, they are. Because in most cases, the legendary Pokemon are concepts. They can't really evolve. They're just concepts. Case in point, Dialga is time and Palkia is space. Those are set concepts. Like they don't really they're set concepts. They don't really evolve from that. Our understanding of them evolves, but they're set concepts. So, this is where you three come in. In the Three Lakes of Sinnoh, there are said to be Mirage Pokemon. If we can obtain data on them, it may shed some light on how the process of Pokemon evolution works. I need help from each one of you on this grand undertaking. Help me find these Pokemon that are considered to be Mirages. I didn't get a Pokedex, and who was it that bolted from the lab before I had a chance to give you a Pokedex? Well, that's water under the bridge. Seeing Pokemon with your own eyes is important for you in becoming a better trainer. Split up and investigate the lakes. Dawn, you go to Lake Verity. Barry, I want you to investigate Lake Acuity. And that leaves Zaruk with Lake Valor. The lake is between Veilstone and Pastoria. And of course, Team Galactic is here. Yep. Yeah, says a lot, doesn't it? Not the first Pokemon team to do damage like that, but good grief. Let's see, who knows what the explosion could expose at the lake? Alright, well. Well, in that case, we better get to Lake Valor, because yes, Team Galactic is, as always, doing their thing. That wasn't yeah, no, we know it wasn't natural. There was an explosion. We saw it on the news. Professor Rowan, you can't be having dementia already. Don't get on over your head. Yeah, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Kinda. Sorta. I try. Anyway, I don't know what we're going to be up against there, but I do know we're down 2 Pokemon, basically. We're going in with 4 because Dr. Doof is our HM slave.
Wait until he forgets he has dementia and suddenly unlocks the universe's secrets.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised. If anyone, Professor Rowan's the one who could do it. So here's the deal. We're going into this with a bit of a handicap, because Dr. Doof is our HM slave, and he's not really battle ready. We also have an egg that will only hatch after a certain amount of steps. So we're going in under, like, not under-equipped, but undermanned, to be sure. Now, I could get a... actually, I don't know if we're going to need Dr. Doof. Nah, it's fine, Biscuit. I don't know if we're going to need Dr. Doof immediately, so I think I am going to change out and leave him here. We can always get him, like, there is a Pokemon Center near where we're, near Lake Valor, so if we do need a Pokemon, we can come back and get him. But I want to hold on to the egg. So, let's see. There you are, Voltage. That reminds me, I need to give, whoever has the XP share. Yep, got it. Give it to Voltage, because they're going to need it. Catch up. There it is. You're going to need Surf. I've already equipped it, so we're good. Alright, we need to go to Lake Valor. Let me open my map here. He told me where it was, but I've already forgotten. Verity. Ah, it's over here. Right. So, between Pastoria and Veilstone. Okay. Well, in that case, let's get flying. Let's go. All right. Funny how no one seems to be reacting to the freaking explosion at the lake not far from here. All right. Pretty sure. Yep. We'll get to it as we just keep walking. Wait a minute. Because I know the Pokemon here are lower level than me. So hang on. There we go. And I've beaten all the trainers here already, so... Oop. This way. Oh, well, okay, except for this guy, I guess. Sir, please, I don't have time. I'm trying to investigate a bombing at Lake Valor. You need to get out of my way. Ronald. Yeah, no, get out of my way. Seriously. This is not going to end well for you. You need to move. Thank you. Didn't need that, but hey. That works. What is this, Metapod 2.0? You can raise your defense as much as you want. It ain't gonna help. Die. Nope. Yeah, that didn't do much. Doesn't matter if I'm confused or not, she can still land a hit. Bye-bye. time, don't get in the way of a trainer sprinting to his destination. Move. Honestly, the funniest thing is, if you want to get anywhere in the Pokemon world and avoid random battles, you might as well just carry a fire extinguisher, because nobody's going to stop somebody running somewhere with a fire extinguisher. That applies to real life, too. You need to get anywhere fast, just carry a fire extinguisher. Nobody will stop you. Of course, they're already here. Hi, Keldrick.
Bigger.
I played too many stealth games because I'm over here like, all right, maybe I could just sneak up behind this guy and choke him out. But no, this is Pokemon. I can't do that.
Bigger.
Also, saving a lot of data. I just went to a different town. Okay, you. Next stop, Lake Verity. Close to civilization, that hick town, Twin Leaf. What the hell? Did you drain the whole lake? What'd you do? Would you like to join the Magikarp and flop around in the mud? No. Would you? And don't answer. I'm not giving you a choice. I'm literally just going to kick your ass and throw you in the dirt. Hey, Mike. Mike. Fucking Mike. All right. Oh no, Fury Swipes, whatever will I do? Get the hell out of here. Also, I'll take the last of that energy. Thank you. There we go. Man, that thing coughed up as much XP as that dude that I fought earlier with the shield on. And then a Murkrow. No. Well... Yes. Had to think about it for a second. Alright, cool. You brought a bird. However... as cool as your bird is, like, yeah. It's very vulnerable to Thunderbolt. Alright, now get on the ground. Alright, let's see. God, it wasn't just one bomb, was it? It looks like they set off multiple bombs. Even Team Galactic has no use for Magikarp. Worthless, all of them. You know, the last person who said that kicked one into the ocean, and then it evolved into a Gyarados, so maybe don't talk shit. We set off the Galactic Bomb. Okay. I think you set off multiple bombs, it looks like, not just one. But what do I know? I hate Confused Race so damn much. Yeah, I was about to say, pretty sure it has flying attacks, so it's a good thing I did Mega Drain. Yeah, it did nothing. Alright. Time to swap out. Oh, good for you. This is a flying type as well, so don't work. Meanwhile, Aerial Ace doesn't miss. But those crits are getting annoying. Just die. Makes me wonder why they're using Golbats and not Crobats or anything, but then you realize, oh wait, it's because they probably don't have friendship with their Pokemon. Also, I just noticed something. Hang on. One second. There we go. But yeah, they don't have their Golbats haven't evolved to Crobat because they don't have max friendship with their Pokemon. So yeah, you'd be a more credible threat if you actually you know, cared for your Pokemon. Funny how that works, huh? That'll work. Right. I'll punish you in place of our boss for defying Team Galactic. Buddy, I just took down 2 of your friends. You're gonna fare no better. But please, entertain me. Oh, you got 4 Pokemon. All right. Nope. Don't work. Like this. Yes, I know I've got type disadvantage, but this thing is so weak. It literally doesn't matter at this point. It's so weak. I'm literally just smashing through it. Bye-bye. Next. Houndour. All right. Shouldn't you have evolved by now? Yeah, no, pretty sure you should have evolved by now. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Houndour evolves like late 20s? Huh. Oh well, not my problem. It's your problem. Not that it matters. I mean, I still would have blitzed you, but still. Yay, Voltage leveled up. Oh, yes! Learn Thunderfang. Yes, learn Thunderfang. Get rid of Spark. Wait a minute. Wait, they're the same power, but Spark has better accuracy. Physical. Physical. Well, Thunderfang can flinch or paralyze, so 5 less damage is worth it. All right, Morganna. Gonna drop a Thunderbolt on your ass. Houndour evolves into... Yeah! So, that Houndour was way over-leveled. It should have evolved by now. Then in a Glameow. Nah. Morganna, psychic the cat. Bye-bye. Cake. Still, they are getting tougher. Like, they're actually, like, close to my level. Which is what they should be. Alright, no one else. Just this goober. What do you want? You're investigating the explosion? Ah, it doesn't matter who you are. It's too late to make any difference. Things are going to get really interesting now. All the legendary Pokemon are going to be brought to our HQ in Veilstone. Hey, thanks for the tip, dumbass. I'll make good use of that. Don't you love it when they just spill everything? The big bad. I recognize your face. You're the child who raided the Team Galactabillion in Eterna. Guilty as charged. Jupiter should be ashamed of herself being beaten by a child. But anything and anyone that opposes Team Galactic must be crushed. Even the very thought of opposition will not be tolerated. When I kick your ass, I'm gonna throw you in that water over there. Commander Saturn. Alright, we gotta swap out here. Doing good here, Red Mage. Hope you're doing well. Take this. Fat lot of good your level difference does. Damn it. There we go. Dead. Next. And then, oh, for Pete's sake. Okay. God, alright. Trying to think. Bronzor's a steel type. I don't have any fire types. Trying to think. Bronzors are steel type, weak to fire, weak to pretty sure they're weak to fighting types too, if I recall correctly. It's been a while. Doesn't matter, I freaking hate them anyway. This bronze gong. I'm so sick of this dude. Oh shit, it knows Rock Tomb. Come on, brace. Okay. That actually hurt. Okay, yeah, time to swap out. That actually hurt. And I don't know if I can take another hit like that. Close combat's great, but the problem is that if you don't have a fighting type using it and you're not set up for it, it's too costly because it drops your defense and your special defense because you're basically getting right in your enemy's face. This, yeah, you're levitating, so that doesn't work on you. Yeah. Thankfully, Torterras are extremely, extremely bulky. So, Tulip can take the hits. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work. Yeah, no. You're not strong enough. Just die. Thank you. That's probably going to be a Toxicroak, right? If I recall correctly, that's what Saturn has. That's his ace, is a Toxicroak. Yep, called it. All right. Damn, that's a high level one. Come on, come on, come on. Yes! Fat lot of good your ace does if it gets one shot by my ace. Good job, Morgana. You, my friend, are tough. Well, thank you. Even I, a commander, only managed to buy time? Well, that's fine. A child like you will never be able to stem the flow of time. Team Galactic will get the 3 legendary Pokemon of the lakes. With their power, we'll create an entirely new universe. By now, Mars should have captured the Pokemon of Lake Verity. Yep, and they're gone. So... Alright, so we need to fly to Lake Verity and check up on everything. Thankfully, Staraptor is fast. We talk to Mom so she'll heal up my Pokemon. Hi, Mom. Thanks. Alright, gotta go. Alright. I'm gonna get jumped by any weaklings. Professor Rowan. What timing? You've got to help Dawn. Okay, where is she? Our mission to stall you. Oh, in order to bring peace to the world, we have to control it. That's not how that works, but sure, whatever. Hey, you guys want to see something cool? Ow. How you like that? Bye-bye. Morons thinking they can actually take me on. Be it dozens or hundreds, you're not gonna win. And now now the female one's the only one with any Pokemon left. What a joke. You're a joke, and here's the punchline. Ow. I go first. Die. Takes care of that. Next. Murkrow. Yep, well, this is gonna be over pretty quick. Destroy that thing. Moron, why did you attack a flying type? There's a grass type right there. Oh well, whatever. I know this is where the split happens, but it don't matter. Dead. Yay, Voltage is catching up. Losing was part of my job. I feel better saying that. Yeah, sucks to suck. But I guess if you lie to yourself and say that it's part of your job to be disposable cannon fodder. I guess that makes sense. I guess it'll make you feel a little bit better. Oh, crap. Dawn's fighting Mars. Okay. I'll knock your Pokemon into orbit. If this mission is successful, we'll get a nice bonus. What good is your bonus gonna do if the world gets destroyed? You do remember that's the goal, right? What good is money in a destroyed world? Whatever. Hi, Wolfie. I'm sick of these dudes. You're outnumbered, outgunned, and you don't have the levels. Earthquake doesn't affect flying types, so you guys get both barrels. Bye-bye. That's a one-round KO. Please bring on the next victims. Also, you guys would be a bigger threat if you'd actually let your Houndowers evolve.
For the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne.
Yes. Again, a level 30, what, 36 or 37? No, 35 Houndour. You should have evolved it by now. And again, if you had, you probably would be putting up more of a fight. Because Houndoom is fast, and it hits pretty damn hard. And the trade-off is that Houndoom doesn't have that good defense, but it's not supposed to. Hey, Nile. Long time no see. I'm at Lake Verity. We're trying to stop Team Galactic from stealing the Lake Trio. Move. That face. It brings back bad memories. I'm talking about the Windworks. Oh yeah, where I kicked your ass. I caught a whole lot of trouble for that little incident. What's with that look on your face? You do remember me, don't you? Not really. Oh, you guys and girls kind of look the same. I mean, I know you've got the red hair, but it all starts to blend together when you're all equally pathetic. I'll tell you who I am again. I didn't ask, but go on. I'm Mars, one of Team Galactic's commanders. So what is it? Are you some lovey-dovey couple to the rescue? I don't give a shit about her. Uncle's having a psychotic break, thinking someone broke in. Cops outside. I'm just existing. Would you like to come into the chat and talk? I don't mind if you hop into the stream chat and talk, if it helps you feel better. I'm cool with that. Besides, you probably know Pokemon better than me, so it'd be nice to have some help in here. But your call. Ah, yes, I forgot. Golbats have their toxic personalities. Sure, why not? Nile, come on in. It shouldn't be. It's working fine for me, so I don't know why Fuki's down. But who knows? Anyway. Right then. Yay. I'll give you this, Mars. At least you're a bit more of a threat this time. Oh, for Pete's sake. All right. You shitty bronze plate looking... Alright, well, Bingo can stay here and take the hit for a minute while I patch up Morganna. There we go. Oh, yeah, sure. Drag the fight out. That's fine. you know you can't beat me, so sure, just use the Metapod tactic. Stack the defense and hope that works. Guess what? It doesn't. Oh, for Pete's sake. Hello.
Hello.
Give me a second.
One of these days I'll get newer art. I put that PNG together myself.
It looks
there's like
good.
an amalgamation of many parts.
Mm-hmm.
It was ages ago.
Give me a second. All right, I've got you turned up on max, so
Oh,
yeah, give me a minute.
that honestly is probably fine. I probably.
Well, no, that's the
be
thing. I want to make sure people can hear you, so hang on.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Yeah, my most hated nemesis of this generation, the stupid bronze plates.
Oh, you don't have a fire type?
No, and there's only 3 fire types in the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum games. A starter. Yeah,
That's right.
Yep. Just the starter, and then 2 more, and that's it.
Yeah, I think the vast majority of Kingdom Galactic do use those at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Bingle. I love Bingle.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, all the Pokemon have interesting names.
hold on a minute. I need to look this up because I know that she learns one like in the later gens by default. I'm trying to remember if.
Yes, one of them is Houndour. Yes, Houndour does learn. Houndour's a fire type. Rapidash and Ponyta are the other, and then the last one is Chimchar up to the Infernape line.
Yep.
That's it. That's
Oh, wow.
all you got.
Wait, really? She doesn't learn? Oh, wow, that's awkward.
What?
The only 2 fire type moves that Miss Magius can learn are Will-O-Wisp and Sunny Day. She does not actually learn. I thought she learned Flamethrower. I guess I'm wrong.
Maybe later she does, but it's fine.
Today's random
In the
Pokédex
later
entry.
gens, she
This
is
one
able to
comes to
learn,
us from a
Mystical
Generation
Fire.
3 Pokemon. Spawn.
I think that's one of the
Spawn
only moves that she
bounces
can
around
learn
on
through
its tail.
quote-unquote
The
level
shock
up.
of it.
Because once you evolve Miss Drivis, they don't learn moves anymore. They're one of those Pokemon.
Well, through totally genuine means, that's how I have a Miss Magius now. Because technically, Miss Magius is only available in Pearl, unless you trade. So, through totally legitimate means, that's how she's here. And you
it's weird how
yeah,
they
and you can
still
see her on
devote
the
it to
stream. So she's even got her own little GIF or PNG.
Yeah, Gen 4 is before the era of we're gonna make steel psychic types vulnerable to ghost and dark because that doesn't make sense that steel resists that. They're ghosts. They can go through they can go through walls.
Yeah, and yes, Bo and
And
Tara,
whatnot.
today's random Pokédex entry for Spoink. Spoink bounces around on its tail, and the shock of its bouncing makes its heart pump. As a result, the Pokemon can't afford to stop bouncing. If it stops, its heart will stop moving. So yeah, if Spoink stops bouncing, it dies.
You know, I think one of my favorite like fan theories is that the Pokédex is probably fucking with you when saying shit like that.
Probably.
Because the vast majority of a lot of them are totally fucking not true. Like it's not unlikely that maybe a Charizard can have a flamethrower so powerful at some point in its life to melt a mountain. The question then becomes, how big is that mountain?
Yeah.
At what point does a hill become a mountain?
I've always
you know?
viewed it as it burns a hole through the mountain, not burns a whole mountain down.
Because I always thought that it can set a mountain ablaze. Because forest fires are easy to light, and it's a Charizard, and it's like a dragon almost. So but it's like it's one of those things where it's like it becomes funnier when you think about it. Because I think that can still kind of become a thing when you get the Rotom decks later on in the later games.
Yeah.
Where you have like a Pokedex that like has its own brain, so functionally it's just shit posting at you.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about this. So, Mars' Per Ugly is one of the scariest things in this game. Per Ugly,
yeah.
Glameow's nothing special. Per Ugly is a monster because not only are Per Uglies bulky as hell, but they're also fast for being that bulky. And
they're
again,
Gen 4 Miltank.
Yeah, basically yes.
Just with probably a better moveset right out the gate. Miltank's moveset's pretty good, but I need to put more. I still think about how it makes me upset that Miltank is not in Gen 9. You get like 3 different forms of Tauros, but you don't get Miltank. Where's the cow to the bull? Oh my God! Could you? Oh my! I had this thought last night. Oh my God, Zaruk! Could you imagine the newer Scarlet and Violet take place in the equivalent of Pokemon Spain? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if they had rollout of the Miltank the way they had running of the bulls?
That would actually be really cool and a very fun thing for the world, but it would probably kill more people than Running of the Bulls ever did. Plus, if I recall correctly from the stuff I've read or know if I remember about Pokemon, most Miltanks are docile, so if anything, they're going to stop before they run anybody over. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
They're also very agile.
Yeah.
Because have you seen the way Miltank uses rollout in the show? It's
yes.
wild.
I mean, if anything, trying to remember, what is that, because I know that, trying to think, because, oh gosh, what is the, someone help me, what is the region that Wooloo is from? That's the one that's based, Galar, right? That's the one that's based off England and Scotland, or like the UK just in general. Because I remember in the UK, there's there's this event where they roll wheels of cheese down a hill and you have to chase after them. So I'm betting that there's similar things where like Wooloos are rolled down hills or something. It would actually be pretty funny. All right, we got pretty messed up by that, but we need to now get to Lake Verity, or sorry, Lake Acuity, where Barry is. Barry's probably getting his ass kicked. We'll stop off at Celestic Town to get healed up, buy some more potions, and then get running. That's just the first gym test where you roll a bunch of Wooloo into a pin. I mean, yeah, basically. And Wooloo is just a fun Pokemon in general. It's literally just a round sheep. And it just rolls everywhere, which is, I think, is charming as hell. Is it doofy? Yeah. Is it silly? Absolutely. But it's fun. Pretty sure I fought my way through all these guys. Let's see. Yep, I did. Okay, good. Oh, right. We have to go. I have strength, but meh. I'll just go the long way. Because I don't want to go back for Dr. Doof. Because if we do that, we gotta put voltage in the box, and I don't want to do that. Ah, for fuck's sake. No. I'm not navigating Mount Coronet again. Fuck that. I will literally just fly to Eterna City and take the other route.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I swear that man's going because like the thing is that okay, so we know that there apparently are there's someone on the run currently in the general region, and allegedly it's a pair of kids. Now, here's the question, though. One of them is 16. I don't know how old the other one is. That's what I'm being told. I'm looking at the only access part to our attic.
Yeah.
Now, the door itself, it's like, okay, it's not the biggest, but it's meant for an adult person to get through if they, when they need to. There's no way those kids could have jumped up like that and not moved or broke a ton of shit to get into it.
Yeah.
A 16-year-old's a big kid. When you're out, if you're being chased by the cops, you have something to you. You're not like a, I know you could be. I mean, but like it's like you're not gonna be able to get up there that without some level of. So I'm thinking more along the lines of they probably got into our house from the other house.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, granted, I can sleep through an earthquake, so I was asleep the entire fucking time. But either way, like I'm now wondering if it's like, okay, maybe what if the people they're looking for may be our neighbors, but at the same time, like, because I live in a duplex house, functionally 2 houses into one general structure.
Yeah.
And I'm now wondering if it's like, because I'm thinking, like, if given their ages, I've seen our neighbors. There's a non-zero chance that maybe the kids were fucking around, got in the attic, and then got in ours by mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised with that. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. At this point, I don't care. No one was hurt. Nothing happened. But watching my uncle go through what is functionally a psychotic breakdown is not fun.
Mm-hmm.
When he has a fucking... I don't even know what kind of gun that was. It has a suppressor on it, that's for sure. That's illegal.
Yeah,
so...
I mean, at this point, like, how old's your uncle?
Oh, God. Oh, fuck. I have no idea. I want to... You'd think I know this. I don't. Because my mom's in her mid-50s, and I think he's, like, 10 years younger than she is. Maybe if 5 or 6. I actually don't know how old my uncle is.
I mean, the thing is, like, I understand the fear of, like, it doesn't matter who it is or how it happened. The fear of someone getting into your house or your place of residence is terrifying, but at the same time, but at the same time, like, if it's used, like, my personal understanding from, like, police officers I've talked to and some of my friends who have, like, had been through similar experiences all to say the same thing. It's like most of the time people don't want to get caught in the first place. They just want to get in, do their thing, and get out. Because, and if they do, go ahead.
Yeah, apparently they've been on the run for the past couple nights or something.
Yeah, well, even more the case, they wouldn't want to get caught. So.
Yeah, they're hiding, and it's one of those cases. But at the same time, my uncle's also a fucking bootlicker, so he voted for Trump. Well, that's all. That's all you need.
Let's
to
just
know.
leave it at that.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. Well, I guess I am gonna have to go get Dr. Doof because I can't navigate this without my HM sled.
Yeah. You require Rock Smash here.
And Strength.
You require. Let me see. Rock Smash, Strength, and Surf. I believe they get through Mount Coronet.
All right.
Oh, and Rock Climb. You need Rock Climb too.
Okay.
Forget how you get that in Platinum.
Might already have it.
EDSP at some point.
I'm not touching that thing. I've heard people have told me that Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl shit compared to the original.
They're absolutely not. They are 1-to-1 recreations of Diamond and Pearl.
And why do people hate them so much?
Well, yeah, because it's a new Pokemon game that didn't do anything new. That's why they hate it. It's one of those things where, like, because the thing is too is like, honestly, from my standpoint, they're technically impressive, and I'll tell you why. You want to know who made that game?
Who?
It wasn't Game Freak.
Who was it?
ILCA. ILCA has no first-party credits except the Hatsune Miku Dominoes app.
So, a team with no experience basically made a perfect chibi-fied recreation of Diamond and Pearl.
They used assets to do this.
Yeah, well, of course.
That Game Freak gave them. They were given, like, all right, just take all this, put it into a recreation. And they did flawlessly as far as I'm concerned. Now, at the same time, ILCA does have... They are brought in as, like, extra hands on a handful of things, if I recall correctly, including Dragon Quest. So, it's not like they're inexperienced. It's just... a very interesting thing to be told when it's like people are hating on that game, on those games for no real reason beyond it's just a Pokemon game that didn't do anything new. It's just a remake that is quote unquote too faithful. Now, I understand that. I would have preferred a Platinum, honestly. That would have been fine. That had, you know, more updated stuff. But generally speaking, this is a game that more or less I think only really had, like, you know, what you could get access to in these games, plus maybe like an updated, you can go catch cooler legendaries now in that weird end game zone that makes no sense. But beyond that, I mean, original
For Pete's
Gen
sake.
4
So
had a
Dr.
weird...
Doof can't learn Strength, which means the only Pokemon that can right now in my arsenal are my starter and Bingle. And I don't want to give them Strength because they're HMs. They're a pain in the ass to get rid of. So,
Well, Strength is a good neutral hitting move, though, for a Torterra.
I mean, I guess that's true.
Strength is an 80 base power normal type move. Alternatively, I forget if Torterra can win it, but Rock Climb has lower accuracy than Strength, but it can also confuse the target occasionally. Tactically helpful in situations.
Where's the Redeem to Shrink thing? No, that's literally how she came in, Andrea. No one's done anything.
No, yeah, yeah.
Let's see, but I can adjust where the PNG is. Give me a second. All right, because right now she knows Earthquake, Bite, Mega Drain, and Razor Leaf. I don't have any more powerful grass type moves at the moment.
Admittedly, you could probably drop Mega Drain, because Mega Drain's not gonna really be like Torterra's a physical attacker. It's got like next to no special attack, so you could probably drop Mega Drain.
You should see what Morgana's stat is. Strongest stat is. Look at this.
I'm gonna imagine special attack or speed.
Both.
Yeah. She's a heavy hitting special attacker.
All right, give me a second. I know what to do here. Let me turn this off. And then where is? Hold on a sec. There it is. And now, give me a second. I probably don't have your thing active anymore because it's been a while since we've done anything. But there you go.
No, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but I can at least, yeah, there we go. Okay, so I don't have Rock Climb. I don't know where to get that in this game. So.
Oh god, yeah, I don't remember. I want to say Rock Climb you get in Celestic Town somewhere. Oh, hold on. Oh.
All right, where is it?
You know that route with all the snow on it?
No, you have to be a bit more specific than that.
The one that you get to, I think, as you're going to the northmost city.
Yeah, but you have to get through Mount Coronet for that.
Yeah, it's Route 27, Route 217.
217.
And there's a hiker inside a house that you get it from.
Yeah, so I have to go through Mount Coronet without it right now. That's fine.
Okay, that's what it is. Right. There's an item just behind his house.
Okay, got it.
That's Rock Climb. And then, but if you go inside and tell him you found it, he'll reward you for that.
Okay.
You get to keep the Rock Climb, but he'll give you something else. I forget what he gives you.
Anyway, let me slap down another. Let me slam down another Max Repel. Also, real quick, I need.
Just fucking like
Morganna,
fucking Stone
use
Cold Steve
affectionate bullying
Austin
on the code
smashing the bottle over your head and chugging it.
Well, no, like every time I say, for me, my mindset is whenever I say slam, I just think of someone, like I think of that gif or that image of someone dunking, and you just think of come on and slam.
Yes! Come on and slam!
Yeah. Also, I'm kind of surprised you haven't mentioned Morgana's face mask.
No, I love it though. That's a good bit. Cause actually, you know, it's I have a friend who we've had like this whole like Pokemon thing like years and years ago that had like a lot of our like Pokemon from our various runs and various games, and one of her mains is a Miss Magius that was simply just nicknamed Miss, and she functionally ran an equivalent of Pokemon Tower as like one of like the guardian Pokemon of it, and occasionally a Giratina would be there, a Giratina with amnesia, and she is like the Giratina, you know, the one that caused the problems or whatever, and I like the Giratina Miss Magius connection because it reminded me of that.
So Morgana's whole deal is that she actually doesn't like battling most of the time. She would rather use her powers just to spook people and mess with them. So she's very good at pranks and very good at messing with people. She's practically harmless. She would rather just spook people.
Surprise, motherfucker.
And because of her enhanced abilities, she can like possess statues, she can possess people, she can do all that kind of stuff. And however, if she has to get serious, then she puts the mask on. And the interesting thing about her is that she's got Pokerus, which is how she's, you know, why she's a lot larger and why she's got such enhanced abilities. The mask is raw, aerolized Pokerus, basically. It's literally a combat stimulant.
So she's Bane from the Batman cartoon.
In a sense, yes. Basically, she just starts huffing a combat stim when she has to fight. Because it's basically her way of...
fucking metal.
It's her way of saying, okay, fun time's over. I have to kill you now. So
I must break you!
Basically, I mean, literally...
the power gem.
The running joke has been Morgana crushed this dude's nuts. Because she literally just... she's got psychic, so she literally just lifts people up and crushes them.
Uses Psyshock testicular torsion! Because Psyshock hits physical defense, or bypasses special defense and hits their physical defense instead. So yeah, I'd say that getting your nuts crushed is physical defense check. Yeah.
Also, Andreas
what
said...
What level is your Bidoof?
Dr. Doof, level 6.
Oh, I was gonna say, because B-Barrel can learn strength.
Yeah. Also, Andreas says, Morgana, use affectionate bullying on the curly god. I think you mean play rough, which is not... which is not affectionate.
That would hurt me too, because I'm Dark Fairy type.
Yeah, puts on mask. Abracadabra, Flabius Chlortion. Give that Pokemon testicular torsion! Like, she would do that. She would literally just float around pretending to chant a spell and then get really pissed off and, like, crush someone's nuts.
Oh, I fucking love that. That's so funny. Man, see, because like it's funny because like I also have my own like Mischievous adjacent Pokemon that's part of like a team of things, but like I don't have any art of the design. Honestly, it's probably just gonna be like one that's like a floating. It's gonna be like Midna, but with large boobs as well in level of body shape. The Fluttermane, I love Fluttermane. That's a nice Pokemon. Fluttermane is the Paradox Mischievous.
Yeah.
See, I have an OC that's a Hex Maniac. Currently the nickname is Hex Dweeb, but her actual name is Kimoko. She has a similar naming convention to the whole Galco characters. I have a Galco like trope, and then Ko, which is just girl or Kimoko is a shortening of Kimoi, which is disgusting or nasty feeling, which is a joke because she's meant to be like a sweaty nerd type. Yeah. Because she's a Hex Maniac. And people like that.
Have you seen the Hex Maniac mom that's coming in the next generation?
Oh yeah. I love that design a lot. I love it's like because people keep drawing it in like one of three ways, right? It is mom of the original Hex Maniac, the original Hex Maniac but older because it has been 10 years now.
Yep.
You feeling old yet, chat? It's been over 10 years since X and Y. Have fun with that knowledge.
Thanks.
Or they fucking. It's one of those three, and I kind of love it.
What's that quote from ProZD? Oh, they fucking. Oh, they fucking.
Oh, they fucking. I haven't thought about that one in a while. But no, yeah, Kimiko is, she has like, I made like an entire lore background for her, because she was originally gonna like appear like a thing I had with another friend of mine who we have like a Pokemon thing we do like a Pokemon thing we discuss every so often, and it takes place in Johto. But Kimiko is from Ecruteak City in
How
Johto.
dare you make me feel old.
And
Is a pile
her
of bones
team
in the
is
corner of the
Miltank,
chat.
Sinistcha, Hisuian Typhlosion, Alcremie, Fluttermane, and Ogerpon. And every one of her Pokemon has like some level of meaning or use behind the character.
Mm-hmm.
One of her big things is that like while she comes off as weird and a little creepy, but she's actually a really, really nice person and has what I referred to as natural girl stink that smells like pastries because she's constantly making desserts. And it's one of the reasons why she's also fatter than normal is because her Miltank and her Alcremie assist her in creating pastries fairly often for like local festivals and all that sort of thing. And she also has like she doesn't run a shop for it, but she does like she's you know like those TikTok moms that like sell pastries and shit. She kind of has that kind of deal.
Also, you should
and
I mean to cut you off, but Mike being here reminded me you should see the comic Mike did about Morgana possessing Inu.
Oh no.
Yeah, which was hilarious. Because again, Morgana, Mike, can you send it to Nile? She's in the Discord, or you can just post it again for people to see. It should, I don't know where he put it. But yeah, again, as I've told people, Morgana is harmless. She doesn't like hurting people, and if she does make a mistake, she'll instantly own up for it. Because she literally doesn't want to hurt anybody. That said,
the Gameway Girls meme, yeah.
That said, it should be noted, aside from that, that doesn't mean that Morgana knows what's okay and what's not. Like, to her, everything is okay, but if someone tells her, hey, this is not okay, she backs off, because she's like, oh, I have misjudged this situation. Yeah, it's okay until it isn't, yes. And to that end, you know, again, she just wants, most of the time she's doing it to help people. She spooks people because she wants to, like, let me put it this way. If she scares someone enough that it makes them cry, she immediately is like, okay, I have fucked up. I need to fix this.
She's the exact opposite of Kimiko's fucking Fluttermane, man. Sakura loves tormenting people. Like, it's not harmful, but she may give you a panic attack if you're prone to it, and she doesn't know why that's bad. She's kind of a bitch. Though she mostly torments kids, because kids get the best reactions out of being spooked by a ghost.
Yeah, I would send it to Nile through a DM.
Or you can at me in the server too, that's fine.
Well, no, because when it was first posted, it was sent to the NSFW section. So, and yeah, you can also at Nile if you find it.
Yeah, okay. Well, if it's in the NSFW section of the server, reply to the post with an at to me. I'll be able to scroll back up to it then. Okay.
Personal opinion here. Tropius, cool Pokemon idea, and they never went any further with it. Because this is a really cool concept.
It was one of those Gen 3 Pokemon that was like, great idea. Why'd you do nothing with it?
Yeah, because like, one of my friends joked, he goes like, you could have had this thing evolve into like an Ultrasaur, where it's fuck off huge, and now instead of just bananas, it's got a whole fruit salad hanging from it, basically, like everything.
I mean, that's one of my disappointments with like Amola Mola, where it's like, that is like a prime Love Disc evolution, but like, because it was a Gen 5 Pokemon, it literally couldn't be that.
Mm-hmm.
Because Gen 5 had its own unique Pokedex until the Gen 5 sequel games, because they were like, yeah, people are mad. We should probably put out a sequel to this. Even though that game is arguably better in story.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I cannot begin to tell you, I'm going to use her Japanese name here, so forgive me for this. I cannot begin to tell you how many people May cracked eggs for.
Yeah.
May being M-E. I was introduced to the Gen 5 trainer characters with their Japanese names, and it's kind of like at a revert, or it's have like a retroactive effect right now, refer to all the characters with their Japanese names typically. Even though that I've always called Gary green because that's what he was. Blue was the girl.
No, I thought no, because in the manga, green is the girl.
Blue was the girl originally in the manga. She had Articuno and she was a merc for Team Rocket for a bit.
Okay.
That's why she was taking cool Pokemon. She was like technically a merc for a little while, if I recall. And that was like one of the very first iterations, which it got retroactively changed. So.
Okay. There was a trying to remember. There was one thing I remember when it what?
Just looking at the comic, I love the shove. Oh! That fucking on like panel 2. It's making me laugh. Oh! I love brat ghosts. Brat ghosts are good.
I've mentioned this before, and it's worth bringing up again. Pokemon sizes make no goddamn sense.
No, they don't.
The reason I bring it up is because, so first of all, Charizard is small as fuck. I think people don't understand that because, so here's what I've told people. Charizard flying a 10-year-old around makes sense. Charizard flying an adult around does not make sense because Charizard is literally like, about, I think Charizard's like 5 foot something. Like
Charizard, according to the video games, Charizard is 5'7". No,
Yep.
the fuck it's not.
Yeah, it's not. Now, Ash's Charizard might be 5'7", but because in the anime, Ash's Charizard is a runt. Like, it's because it evolved early, it's a runt. But real Charizards are like 6 foot plus. Like that.
Also,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Ash's Charizard, have you seen, like, okay, Ash is 10 years old.
Yep.
Now, I know he's a Japanese kid, but 10-year-olds are anywhere between 4'8" and 5'6", I've learned. That's universal.
Yep.
Ash Ketchum is likely about 5 foot tall on the dot.
Yep.
Charizard, his Charizard's not 5'7". His
No.
Charizard is like a half a person taller than he is.
Yep. Again, and it's because, like, there's a canon reason for it now. It's because his Charizard evolved early. It didn't.
Yeah,
it evolved early.
it got pissed off at an Aerodactyl and fucking said, "Fuck you!"
It's actually funny.
I love that episode.
It's actually funny.
like,
I mentioned this last week in one of my streams. I wish you'd been here for it. One of the one thing a friend of mine brought up. It's a very old fan fiction that's not around anymore. But the concept behind it was basically that after the Indigo League goes south for Ash, because remember, Ash showed up to the Pokemon League in Indigo exhausted. His Pokemon are exhausted. He shows up late to the arena, and not only does the League basically tell him, hey, you need to fight anyway. We don't care how tired you are, which, first of all, what the fuck? That's not cool. But regardless, he enters anyway, and again, the only reason he loses is because Charizard doesn't fight. Like, it refuses to cooperate. Yep. And so, in this fanfiction, after the combination of everything that's happened, the stuff with Team Rocket, the fact that he's exhausted, the fact his whole team is exhausted, and they fought tooth and nail to get here, only for Charizard not to do anything, in this fanfiction, Ash tells Charizard, get the fuck out of my team. Just get out. You've been disrespectful. You don't listen. This is something we've all been aiming for, and you threw it all away just because you didn't want to listen. And like,
that is the weird thing too. Like, because like, reasonably speaking, the Charizard shouldn't have been disobeying him up to that point. He got all the badges and he did all the things.
Yep.
You would think the Charizard would be like, you know what? You're pretty okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You want to take on the biggest people around? Finally, I get a challenge. Let's fucking do this. Like, typically, it's like, what? Why is? I never understood that. But like, it like went against all the games.
But regardless, what ends up like how they justify it in the story is that Ash is exhausted. He's 10, so he's extremely emotional at this point. And all the other Pokemon that Ash has with him are also pissed off. Like, they all understand what's happened, and because Ash is devastated, they're all angry too. And in this fanfiction, they gang up on Charizard. When Ash tells him to fuck off and leave, like, Charizard, at first, like, the story describes that Charizard's confused, and then Ash is like, no, go. Like, go away. Like, I don't want you anymore. And because Charizard's kind of a dick, it takes that as, oh, no. You don't get to make the call on this. I'm staying because I make the calls here. And then Pikachu and all the other ones gang up on Charizard and beat the absolute fuck out of it. Because, again, comparatively, Ash's other Pokemon are a lot stronger than Charizard. Because they fight, they battle. Ash's Charizard never did anything. For a while.
I forget what the rest of his team was back in the Kanto League.
That would be...
It's been a long time. Like, I know Pikachu, of course, but like, I don't remember
Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle... Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Pidgeotto. He had Butterfree for a while, but then he let Butterfree go. So yeah, it's Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charizard, and Pidgeotto. Sorry, and Pikachu.
Dude somehow made it to the Pokemon League with unevolved basic Pokemon you get at the start of a fucking
Charizard
journey.
fucked around.
Beyond
and in this
Charizard,
story,
who was
also
only
found
like
out.
that because he really didn't like that Aerodactyl. Because, hey, that kid's my bully bait. Fuck you.
Yep.
That's the only reason Charizard evolved to begin with.
And that's incorrect, Andrea. That's what happens. And yes, Lich King's right. Charizard acted the way it did because it evolved early, which triggered a personality shift, and Charmeleon and Charizard, despite everything Ash did, never respected him. Until later. Later on, when Ash, de-thaws Charizard after a battle, Charizard does respect him. And after that, Charizard's pretty loyal. Like, Charizard would do anything for Ash. But, no, in this story, Ash just tells him, go. You ruined everything. You've been disobedient. You don't listen. And, because of you, we missed our one chance at this. And Charizard fucks off. Because, well, yeah. It literally realizes that, to quote a famous movie, you have no power here. Because none, Ash and the other Pokemon are saying, go. You're not wanted. So he leaves. And then the story picks up as if Ash doesn't have Charizard. Which, granted, things are okay. But then we get a bit of a problem, because as the story continues, there's a lot of moments where it would have been nice if Ash could call on Charizard, and he's not there. In fact, for example, in the Mystery of the Unknown movie, it's Charizard that saves Ash from Entei in the Unknown. In this case, Charizard isn't there. So, things are a little bit different, shall we say.
Okay, so... You know what also bugs me?
What?
You ever see the episode where Ash catches all the Tauros?
Nope. I know it's a Safari Zone episode.
Do you want to know why it's not there?
Why?
Clint Eastwood puts a gun in his face.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not a joke.
I remember that. Yeah.
It's like, okay, here's the thing. Why did they not bother to at least edit that in some capacity?
Probably because they were trying to get the
episode. Him, aggressively pointing at him, like you did in Yu-Gi-Oh! The same people dubbed it.
Oh,
Why
but
would you not?
And you want to know what's even crazier than that? They didn't show that, but literally in the episode with the Squirtle Squad, when Ash runs into a town, an old west town, to get a super potion to help out everyone, just before he got there, Team Rocket had raided the place. So when he goes in there, they all pull guns on him. He literally, and they all pull guns on him, and he goes like, please don't shoot me. And Officer Jenny shows up and talks them all down. So yeah, looking back, I'm like, okay, so wait, having a bunch of townspeople pull shotguns on the 10-year-old is okay, but a Clint Eastwood lookalike putting a gun in his face is a big no-no.
You know what I think it might have been? Because I don't remember that. I don't remember the shot that they had for that episode. But
it's because it's far away.
I believe, yeah, it's far away. It's like, in the shot where Clint Eastwood shows up, that gun is 2 inches from his nose.
Yeah, but the thing is that Ash
and his fingers on the trigger.
Yeah,
which you can see. So it's like, oh.
Yeah, but the thing is, Ash acknowledges in the Squirtle Squad episode that they have guns pointed at him. He literally says, he runs it, super potion, please. I don't need a new gun. They've got him dead to rights, basically.
I love the idea. I also like the idea that it's Veronica Taylor was not told that was gonna happen. So is he had to impose that line?
Oh no, this is
the
old
hearing
voice
that
actor.
line before.
This is the old voice actor.
Yeah, Veronica Taylor. She voices Ash Ketchum. Well, she voiced Ash Ketchum. I think I was told it was up until I want to say partway into Gen 4 anime. I was told this literally last night. Hang on. Yeah, so apparently Veronica Taylor was shifted out around somewhere between 2007 and 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Which would have been just before Gen 5 era, so yeah, that's like the
still not gonna
latter,
get it.
the very
Still
latter
not
end
gonna
of
get
Gen
over.
3.
But I'm still never gonna replace the best line from Team Rocket. Maybe we shouldn't get in over our heads. Every time we get greedy, everything tends to go wrong. Don't you worry that pretty blue head of yours. I got a plan. It's lavender.
It's lavender.
It's lavender. He gets so up. He gets so angry. It's like it's lavender.
It's like if the voice comes as like the scene transition
Yeah,
happens
it's
too,
lavender.
which is extra funny.
Which I think it was an improv line, and they were just like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
no, keep it, keep it."
Yeah, keep it. That's funny.
It's literally just.
It's so weird because like 4Kids is one of those series, or it's like one of those companies. It's like they can do a lot of really funny things, a lot of fun things, and then they do a lot of things where it's like, why are you this bad at this? This is your job to not be bad at this. Because like the Pokemon dub is probably like the quintessential example of how to do a dub well in an early era.
I would also say that
Yu-Gi-Oh's not terrible either.
Yeah, well, the thing about
but there were
Yu-Gi-Oh,
edits that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I was going to say the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is that you got to remember. So Wayne Grayson, and who's Joey's voice actor, and oh gosh, what's his name? And Dan Green, who's Yugi's voice actor, have both come forward multiple times and have mentioned about how in the original Yu-Gi-Oh dub there was a lot of open air. There was a lot of scenes that had nothing going on. So they were basically told, just say whatever you want if you can fit it in there. And this leads to some really funny lines, like when they're all around the campfire. Joey, I don't think we should cook the candy bars. Back off, I know what I'm doing.
Back off, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, back off, I know what I'm doing. That's literally just the voice actors taking the shit. Taking the piss. So,
because the thing is, have you seen the comparison between the dub we got, the original version of the dub, and the Japanese version of the Agodia scene?
Yeah, I have.
I did not know that the first 4 episodes of the series all have, you can watch the original version of the dub, but the dialogue's also more one-to-one with the original show. So here I am wondering, they could have done all of that without the unnecessary edits.
Yeah.
The guns I get, but you didn't censor the ones in Pokemon, so why would you censor the ones in the show that takes itself more seriously? Is it because it takes itself more seriously?
No, I think it's because, okay, crazy headcanon here, but hear me out. I think the reason why they were a bit more restrictive with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is remember, when Pokemon was first hitting the States, there was already an uproar about Pokemon. There were already parents and a bunch of people who were questioning they shouldn't have been.
The satanic panic of Pokemon was pretty fucking heavy.
Now, and then a few years later, here comes Yu-Gi-Oh! Which, yeah, let me put it this way. There's a ton of story about how, Konami had to fight tooth and nail to get the card game over here. So, essentially, probably what happened is 4Kids looked at the culture, looked at everything going on and was like, all right, no, we can't fuck around here. With Pokemon, we could dance around the issue. Not here. If anything goes wrong here, this could get pulled, so we can't, we are going to have to make sure that we can get, if they're going to get pissed, let them get pissed at stuff in the show, not stuff we could have gotten rid of. So that's why the guns aren't there. That's why a lot of that stuff's censored out.
But then you have Barrel Dragon, where they edited it to have, laser cannons.
Yeah.
You could have done that. Alternatively, there are the other really bad ones.
Like Bandit
This
Key.
dark energy disc will send you to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, the Shadow Realms, yeah.
I'm sorry, dark energy disc? My brother in this clowny Christ world of ours, that is a blade that will cut my legs off.
Yep, for those who don't know...
A 10-year-old's smart enough to know this.
Yeah, for those who don't know, the whole thing about... for those who don't know, the whole thing about the Shadow Realm was literally just an excuse and a way to... Now, granted, it is canon. The Shadow Realm is canon, but it was used as a cover in a lot of stuff because in the manga and in the Japanese version, no. There were people who were genuinely trying to murder Yugi and everyone else. So,
well, yes.
Like the magician guy who uses the red dark magician. Yeah, no,
Arcana.
Arcana. Yeah, in the manga, he's literally gonna chop Yugi's legs off right above the heel. So
yeah, and the reason why is because he has to die in order for Merrick's whole plan to take hold, because if the Pharaoh can't come back proper, well, now Merrick has the power of the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Which, you know, is an ancient fucking system that no longer would work anyway, because, I mean, what are you doing? Like, you know, it's one of those cases where it's like, but like, as a 10-year-old, even as a 10-year-old, you watch that scene and it's like, I know what a buzzsaw is.
Yeah.
I know what that's going to do.
Shadow Realm. Yeah. I
will admit, though, the Shadow Realm in concept is scarier than outright death, because it's like, no matter what your belief system is, this is going to put your brain in a permanent torment dimension that will fuck you over.
For those who don't know,
you have to go up a lot farther.
For those who don't, I will. For those who don't know, the whole purpose of the Shadow Realm in the original Yu-Gi-Oh, like the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga, before Duel Monsters became the driving focus, the Shadow Realm was was based kind of similar on ancient Egyptian stuff, where your punishment was determined by what kind of person you were. They were usually very ironic punishments, but they were damning all the same. Case in point,
it was functionally torture, like perpetual infinite torture.
It was. Case in point, trying to think, the dude who looked I forgot his name, the dude who looks like Officer Trudge from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. In the original Yu-Gi-Oh!
Fun fact, canonically that is Trudge.
That is Trudge, yeah. So, in the original Yu-Gi-Oh!, the guy who beat up Joey and Tristan for Yugi, and then Yugi stands up to him and then gets his shit pushed in. The whole thing about that is, later on, because of that beating, Yugi finishes the puzzle. Yami then goes and has a shadow game with that guy. And the game is like, I'm trying to remember, the game's very different in the Season 0 anime and in the manga. In the manga, it's a test to show how greedy someone is. Because what happens is that Yami in the manga, Yami and Yugi, like, even before, like, Duelist Kingdom solidified it, Yami and Yugi were very different people. Yugi was harmless and could never hurt anyone. Yami liked killing people!
Yami took absolute joy in doing this.
Killing people.
And the funny thing is, there's that scene that you get, you know, Dura, Monster Kado!
Yeah,
where,
that's Yami.
Have you ever watched that scene back to back in the Japanese version and the version that we got? Very different characterizations of Yami at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Atem is very different between the two of them.
Yes.
In the dub, he knows what he's doing and he's having fun with it. Oh, look, another monster card.
Today isn't your day.
Today isn't your day. And then in the Japanese one, it's like he's more in like a focused rage. He's like just angry and spiteful, but he doesn't take pleasure in what he's doing. He's just mad. And then
little Karibo mixed both of them in Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge. He goes like, you know, it's a good thing Yugi's not here. It's a shame Yugi's not here. If he was, he could probably stop me. From doing what? From doing this. And then
I did see the like the sad thing is that parody's actually really good. Like,
yeah, it is.
Because again, like I've lost a lot of respect for little Karibo and because of what he's done to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the perception of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of that entire series doesn't hold up very well. But that one is still pretty good in terms of like finding that perfect middle ground between Atem's enjoying what he's doing, but he is also raging right now.
Yeah. And then also the fact they make fun of the Japanese because Taya comes in speaking Japanese to stop him. And then Atem's like, Hanase! Which is
Hanase!
Yeah. Now, it should be noted also in the manga, like the original manga and Season 0, Yami like very, very much liked hurting people. Now granted, he only did it to people who deserved it. And in this case, the dude he's taking on in the game, Yami basically brings double the money the dude asked for, and he's like, all right, here's the game. We're gonna take the stack of bills, put it on her hand, here's a fucking knife, Basically, stab down into the bills with your hand, and however much you pull up, you get to keep. And as he tells you, because this game is more of a game of restraint more than anything. Because as there's less and less money, you have to hold back so you don't stab yourself. Now, granted, Yami's not winning the game. He's actually, because he knows how it works. But the dude he's competing against realizes very early on, like as the game gets closer to ending, that he can't control his greed. He wants that money so badly that he knows he's going to stab his own hand. And when Yami asks him, "What's the matter? Can't control yourself?" He then tries to stab Yami, who jumps about 15 feet in the air, looks the dude dead in the eye and says, "Ah, I thought so. You couldn't play by the rules." And then proceeds to literally mind-fuck him with a penalty game. Which, to be fair, the penalty game that the guys put through is pretty tame, all things considered. There are worse ones. Like, Yami, in some of the penalty games, Yami just straight up kills people. So...
See, because that was the thing, is like, I think one of my favorite ones is the one with the guy in the diner with the lighter.
Oh, yeah.
Because I gotta say this, I've watched people burn to death. That's not a fun way to die.
No.
That is one of the worst ways to die. I think one of the other ones that's is like having a gunshot wound to the stomach.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's very slow and painful.
Yeah.
That one's very fast and very painful, but you don't die right away. You feel every inch.
Yep.
And what he does, if I recall correctly, what he does is the guy has a gun pointed at Yugi at the table. So Yugi finds a way, because I think he had like a bottle of booze in his hand.
Yeah.
And so Yugi manages to either break the bottle or have the bottle coat his hand in all of that alcohol.
Close.
Has a flick lighter and sets it on his hand.
Yep.
And he says, "You can shoot me, but the second you do, you are gonna go up in flames."
Mm-hmm.
Entire time, his hand is trembling.
Yep.
And eventually, it falls and burns him.
Yeah, so what happens is that, Nile's right. Basically, the guys, the game is, Yami basically tells him, "Here's the game. Just pick a finger, and that's the only finger you can use for the game." The dude picks his trigger finger, and Yami picks his thumb, and basically, guy's got a cigarette. And so Yami's like, "Oh, let me light that for you." He lights the guy's cigarette, and then he's like, "Oh, by the way, the lighter's not mine. You can have it back." And then he doesn't use his fingers. He just opens his hand, drops the lighter on the dude's wrist while he's mid-pour, like pouring vodka into a shot glass. And Yami tells him, that's a Russian Beowulf vodka, by the way. That's about 56, that's about 50% alcohol by volume, which, by the way, I know that's a mistranslation, because that would fucking kill you.
Yeah, that would probably do some fucked up shit.
Yeah, so basically, it's just super strong alcoholic vodka. And Yami tells him, "Yeah, you could shoot me, but the recoil will make you drop the lighter and you'll literally immolate yourself." Now, in the manga, the dude's just stuck there. He can't do anything. He's stuck there and can't move, and what ends up happening is that he has a panic attack and he drops his cigarette, which ignites everything, because the liquor's spilling all over the table, onto his pants, everything, like he's covered in it. In the Season 0 anime, the dude cheats by putting the gun down and putting the lighter away, and then when he picks up the gun again, Yami's standing there like, "Ah, so you can't follow the rules." And then when the dude tries to shoot him, people tend to forget this, firing guns, especially a revolver, there's still fire in that. So when the dude when that happens, the liquor on the gun ignites, and the dude gets consumed by this fire dragon, basically. Turns out it's all an illusion, but he feels every inch of it.
Yeah, it's one of those illusions where it's like, your brain doesn't know it's an illusion.
Mm-hmm. And mind you, like...
I think one of my favorite ones is post-Season 0, though. You remember the original way Bandit Keith dies, right?
Oh, yeah, where Pegasus, Pegasus, turns his fingers into a gun, basically?
I've seen the panels of that. The fucking body horror there is really fucked.
For those who don't...
God damn, Takahashi, that's brutal.
For those who don't know, Pegasus is really fucked up in the manga.
Pegasus was everything... Like, Pegasus and Yami Merrick were everything a Tem originally was. Mm-hmm. When they have their shadow powers. It's fucking horrifying. When Bandit Keith loses the duel against Joey, originally what happens, in the anime what we got was he leaps up to the balcony and pulls a gun on him and
On
has
Pegasus,
it like
yep.
a few inches from Pegasus's head. And Pegasus, cool as a cucumber, doesn't care. Like this, like, yeah, it's cute, Keith, whatever. And then he taps his foot on the fucking floor because he has like a mechanism like a contingency for this.
Yeah.
And he falls functionally to his death out the castle.
Yeah, and you're forgetting what he said.
Manga.
Wait, you're forgetting what he says in the anime. Like when Bandit Keith confronts Pegasus like that in the anime, he tells Pegasus, he goes like, why don't you go ahead and count to 3 because that's the last few seconds of your life? And Pegasus is like, okay, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
And then he just taps his foot, and Keith slides out the castle and gets dumped out of the castle into the water below, which is about a 100-foot drop. So the dude's fucking dead.
Right under the rocks. Like, functionally, he was killed in that moment, which makes it all the more spooky when he comes back as a ghoul later on.
Yeah. Now in the manga,
the manga, however,
yeah, in the manga,
he does all that. Jumps up there with the gun. Pegasus looks at him and uses his shadow powers to transmogrify his entire hand into a gun, which he is then forced to put to his own head
and pulls the trigger. Yep.
And blows his brains out right then and there.
And mind
you,
you,
a bunch of kids are watching.
Yeah, I was about to say everyone sees him do that. So yeah, it's Pegasus. Like, the whole thing is that I heard. I think someone put it best. The thing about Pegasus using a tune deck and everything is just to reiterate just how fucking disturbing he is. Because Pegasus is extremely powerful, like, business-wise. He's got more money than God, and he wants for nothing, but the fact that he uses a tune deck shows that he, like, is kind of, like, disconjointed with life. Basically, he would rather live in a fantasy.
It's also a bit thematic because, like, here's the thing. You remember that scene in Dragon Ball Z where, like, Vegeta is, like, quote unquote fighting Arale, the gag manga character, and he calls that out. Oh no, she's a gag manga character. Wait, I know how to defeat this. What's that over there? And then he just fucking drop kicks her.
Yeah,
like that can be used in a really good horror way. Like, you look at things like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That
remember me, Eddie? Yeah, that.
Yeah, exactly. You can use tunes in a horror method, and that's almost never fucking done.
Yeah.
Pegasus, who likes tunes and cartoons and art and drawing and all of that, fully respects what he can do because he can do it in a way that a cartoon character would.
Yep.
He'll just turn your hand to a gun, haha, but that's not a haha. You transmogrified this man's hand into a fully mechanical gun with, like, flesh components strung through it.
Yep.
And made him pull the trigger on himself in front of a bunch of children. That's horrifying.
Yeah, now it should also be noted that a lot of people say that it was the Millennium Eye, making Pegasus like that. No. Pegasus himself says in the manga, like, because I don't remember what the conversation is, but Pegasus himself says, he goes like, no, the Millennium Eye is not the only thing to blame. He goes, that was me too. All the Millennium Eye did was just amplify what was already there. He goes like, he openly admits, he goes like, he says, I'm a very fucked up individual, but I'm getting better. And he is. Like, after all the crazy stuff in Duelist Kingdom, Pegasus gets better. Pegasus becomes like, if you want a good example, going off Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Pegasus hires Chumley. Like, Chumley, who was almost a dropout from Duel Academy, but was so creative and dueled so well against Professor Crowler that Pegasus was like, yeah, fuck, no, you can work for me. It's like, I like your creativity. What happened was that, I like what one of my friends said, the Millennium Eye took Pegasus's love of creativity, imagination, and his whimsy and twisted it into something dark and really fucked up. Which is exactly what happened. So, and also, yes, his fiance did die, and that also...
Yeah, I feel for Pegasus with that by itself. Like, I've been through creative ruts. I can't imagine what losing the love of your life would do to you when you are an artist.
Yep.
And your favorite subject was your wife.
Yep.
Like, that, again, that's why, Layers of Fear hits well, too. that had a similar premise. If anything, you could consider that the Pegasus horror game. But it's like that's one of those things where that's horrifying to me. But again, I honestly, I keep thinking about it. I said earlier that the Shadow Realm is scarier than death in a lot of ways, and the thing is that never really comes up until Merrick becomes a thing, but specifically Yami Merrick, because we get moments where you realize, like, okay, yeah, the show, when Luma and Umbris, or I'm sorry, Umbra and Loomis are dueling Kaiba and Yugi, they're dueling on a glass top skyscraper, and the premise was when your life points hit 0, a little explosive on the corner of the glass will go off and you will plummet to your death through the center of that shopping center. And that's like 50 stories tall. It's a big building. That's guaranteed death. Which is why Loomis had a parachute. A parachute's not going to save you if you fall into a Shadow Realm. That's not going to work that way. However,
I would also point out that the parachute, like, probably, depending on how quick he is, the parachute probably wouldn't open in time to save him anyway. But
plus, it was a fake parachute.
Yeah, it was
apparently,
fake.
like he thought it was real because Merrick let him think it was, and that's horrifying.
Yeah,
Merrick can affect your entire perception of reality. That's scary as hell.
And
that is one of the scariest superpowers in the world. If I'm being honest.
And let's also not forget that when Merrick took over Joey during their duel, doing the duel with Yugi, the only reason Joey broke free of that, the only reason, is because not only was Yugi's life in danger, but also his sister was in danger. That's it. If Serenity hadn't shown up, Joey would not have been able to break out of that. But seeing his sister in danger? Joey was like, fuck this, that's my sister. And it's also why, I'm gonna come out and say this right now, Joey, unless, like, the writers cock-blocked Joey because Joey was about to beat Merrick in Battle City. Like, literally, Joey was one move away from beating Merrick, but literally his body gave out. So Merrick won, and Merrick himself confirms in the manga, basically says, holy shit, I was about to lose. Because Joey put Gearfried, the Iron Knight, on the field, and was about to attack, but passed out before he could confirm it. So, yeah. And, like, people are very bitter about that. I'm one of those people. I'm still very bitter about that.
Oh, don't worry. Zurich, I've got a question for you. Have you ever played the game Yu-Gi-Oh! The Sacred Cards?
No. Hey, Soulstone.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do that with you at some point. I need to know your reaction to the overarching story of that, because it is one of the funniest fucking things in the world when you consider it. All I'm gonna say is this. None of the story characters are relevant in that game. And it takes place during the entirety of the Battle City arc.
Oh,
Let's just say that you end up with all 3 god cards at the end. Gee, I wonder how that happens.
Yeah, so, speaking of irrelevant, this is where I'm glad Nile's here, because she can shed some light on this. Fun fact about stuff. Sometimes, with the animes, sometimes certain things happen that need, like, you know, in the Japanese version, they make sense, but in the English version, they don't. For example, in 5Ds, let's talk about Trixie. Trixie was the girl who kind of pulled Jack out of his funk and kind of put him on the path to being, you know, not an asshole. He's still a dick. But you can be a dick and be a good guy. He just wasn't an asshole anymore.
Trixie?
Sorry, what's her name? The girl, like, the girl that
Jack... Oh, the reporter girl!
Yeah, the reporter. Harley, sorry. So...
Carly?
Yeah, Carly. So here's the thing about Carly. In the English dub, Carly does duel Jack. After she gets turned into a Dark Signer, she duels Jack. And Jack, I'm gonna be real, Jack doesn't win that. She literally basically forfeits the game by attacking herself. And by doing that, Jack wins. Now, here's where it gets interesting. In the Japanese version, she fucking dies.
Yep.
So, because
here's the thing. Fun fact for you, chat. All the Dark Signers are already dead.
Yeah.
They're all functionally zombies the same way Bandit Keith was when he was under control by Merrick. Because in order to become a Dark Signer, you have to die.
Yep.
Carly is thrown out of a skyscraper building and plummets to her death on the street.
Yep.
Which they severely, like, cringe-wise edit in the dub.
Yeah, they do.
But I get it, because truthfully, falling to your death is not a pretty scene.
Yeah.
It's not something you ever want to watch happen.
Yep.
That sucks.
And so,
like, I
go
get
ahead.
that.
Yeah. And so, that's why in later seasons of the dub, she's not there at all. Like, they basically wrote her out of the main anime, so she doesn't appear. And so, to write that off in the dub, sometimes in the dub, Jack mentions her, but they don't show her.
They changed the story, though, for the dub, between the manga and the dub.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons why is because Takahashi stepped out of writing much of the anime partway through it. And one of the big reasons people think was because, well, her voice actress was part of a cult when the show was very staunchly anti-cult.
Mm-hmm.
And the timeline for that doesn't match up. There was a cult in Japan sometime after 5Ds that was pretty bad and was looked into and stopped, but it was like, I think it was like 5 years after the fact, so that really would never have made sense.
Yeah.
There really was no official reason given as to why the anime wrote Carly out.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the big reasons may have been due to the fact that Takahashi himself stopped wanting to be involved in it, because apparently there was some falling outs, I think.
Yep.
And the studio was trying to go on a more sci-fi route than mystical, which, again, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! It doesn't really work.
Yeah.
So Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, needs to have some level of magical bullshit. I will admit it's magical bullshit.
Yeah.
But, like, 5Ds, I love 5Ds. I am incredibly gay and horny for Yusei. I mean, look, something about that man, no matter what your gender is, there's some homoeroticism.
He's just a
man.
He's just a cool guy at the end of the day.
I love Yusei to death.
And that's what makes but I laugh at that because you can literally, like, you do Jack's lines perfectly, yet you prefer Yusei over Jack, which I think is hilarious.
Well, it's because Jack has one of my favorite voice actors in the series. Because Yusei is voiced by the same guy who voices Tristan.
Yeah.
But Jack Atlas, the Master of Faster.
Yeah. Who's the Master of Faster?
By the same guy who voices Bakura, who is one of my favorite dub actors of the era because he just sounds so sinister.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way he talks.
British.
Dark necrofear.
Yeah.
I love it. Red Dragon Archfiend, my very soul. I love Jack Atlas because he's so over the top.
Yeah.
Like, Kaiba was the way he was because, you know, for various reasons.
Yeah.
But Jack Atlas is like, what if we just take Kaiba and make it sillier?
Yeah, and I mean, it's also in their personalities. Jack is an...
Think about it. What better voice to do when engaging in
fair.
Homoerotic pining for
So here's the thing about...
Fudo.
Yeah, fair, Andrea. But here's the thing about Jack. Jack, at the end of the day, is an entertainer. That's what he is. He's an quote-unquote athlete. He's an entertainer. That's why he's so loud, so boisterous, so, you know, I would say up his own ass, but he got better about that. The main thing is, Jack's whole persona is to be an entertainer. Kaiba's just an asshole by choice because
it's less asshole and more he has a massive ego because boy is that boy traumatized.
Yeah. So now you've got a dweeb army. Am I supposed to be afraid to attack? Well, only if destroying someone's soul concerns you. Nah. As the head of a multi-billion-dollar company, I have to do that every day.
I fucking love that line.
Yeah.
I think my only other favorite Kaiba line is, "It's Noah. Nice outfit, dork."
Nice outfit,
come
dork.
on, man.
Or another one, or the other one from the most recent movie, crushes the, like, again, and this is not from the Japanese version. This is straight from the dub of the movie, where he crushes this water ball and throws it. And Eric Stewart deciding time for some improv.
A blue-eyes white dragon chain.
Fire whoever made
I've
that.
got the
Yeah.
weirdest boner
Yeah.
right now.
Kaiba Corp products shouldn't bend that
Yeah, just
easily.
throw. He goes, "Fire whoever designed that bottle. Kaiba Corp products shouldn't bend that easily." Yes, sir. Like
I fucking love him.
Yeah. Like, again, Kaiba's whole thing is that, yeah, And also,
just to respond to what Andrea put for the text for the redeem there.
Mhm.
No homo, right? All of the homo.
all the homo. I should also mention another thing about Kaiba. Eric Stewart, Kaiba's voice
I love
actor.
Stewart.
Eric
He's so
Stewart
funny.
fully embraces that Kaiba is not meant to be taken seriously. That he is he's an egocentric, ass, but everything that he says should be cool. So literally when at the big Yu-Gi-Oh Grandmaster tournaments that they have every year, sometimes they will do play-by-play duels where they'll bring the voice actors
Yes!
in. So
I love those.
So what these are they will bring the voice actors in, and they will basically kind of act out a duel with actual duelists playing the game while these people put their voices to the characters. And one year, Eric Stewart and Wayne Grayson were both at the convention together, that being Seto Kaiba and Joey Wheeler, respectively.
Yes!
And Eric Stewart apparently, I guess, decided off camera, no, I'm going off script. And literally, when they first start the thing, he goes, welcome to the Kaiba Corp Grandmasters Tournament. He goes, all of you duelists who have found your way here are the premier of all, of Duel Master players. And you, Wheeler, I'm surprised you even found the door. Like, and the two just go at it during the entire duel. There are just shots taken back and forth at each other.
It's my favorite thing ever, because it's like, if there are two series that have some of the best VAs in how much they love their job, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! And Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
They fucking love doing that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I would also
even
add,
if it's just for fun.
Yeah, I would also add Command and Conquer to that, because Joseph Kukin, who plays Kane, like the cult leader for Nod, the man, like, I think I've told you the story, how the man was the head of sound directing, like, for the very first game, and then they told him, hey, Joe, you know the sound stuff better than anyone. Why don't you get in front of the camera and play the overall bad guy, Kane? Because that way you can gauge if the sound tech works all right. And he was so good at it that they're just like, fuck it, he's Kane. And in every game, from Command and Conquer 1 all the way to 4, we don't talk about 4. 4 doesn't exist. But up until the series ends, actors come and go, roles are changed, but Kane is irreplaceable, and it's always Joe Kukin. Always. And what's really funny is that years ago, when they remastered the original Command and Conquer, they brought Joe to do a YouTube reveal where he fiddles with his camera, and then in perfect character, he's like, greetings, I am Kane. But you knew that already, didn't you? And he's in full character, just promoting the game.
That's awesome, actually. I love that.
And here's the craziest part. Man went from being head of sound and being a sound director, and then opened his own acting school in Vegas. And he's still there.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, he's literally the guy in the booth. Yeah. And now, here's the best part. I love this story so fucking much. Now, take it with a grain of salt. I want the story to be true, but I'm pretty sure it's not. But I don't care. I'm going to view it as true, because it's funny. So, some students who attend a nearby, let me give context. Some students who attend a nearby university in Nevada want to interview Joe Kukin on acting and a bunch of other stuff. Like, basically, learn about how one gets into acting and all that kind of stuff, basically. So, they send a
Joe Kukin isn't real. There is only Kane.
Yes, there's only Kane. So, essentially, they send a email to the school, to the acting school, like, hey, we would like to interview Joseph Kukin just for a school project. And the school representative is like, okay, cool. We'll set it up, and then we'll send you the time. Then, one of the members of this student group who's going to interview them sends another email, separate, and this one goes right to Joseph, saying, Mr. Kukin, you should know, the guys coming to interview you are going to dress up as GDI soldiers and storm the place looking for Kane, because they're all Command & Conquer fans. If you don't know, GDI are the forces who fight against the Brotherhood of Nod that Kane leads. And he told them, he's like, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but again, I know this interview's supposed to be professional. I just wanted to let you know. And Joseph sends back an email that says, oh no, that's cool. We'll be ready. Just don't tell them that we know about it. So then all of these students show up, you know, in costume, show up, and they're told, hey, yeah, Joseph is in the auditorium waiting to meet with you guys. So they go into the auditorium, pretend to kick the door open, and basically are saying, Kane, come out. We know you're here. We've come to, we know you use time displacement equipment. We know you're here in the past. Come out. And then Joseph shows up on the top floor of the auditorium, goes, gentlemen, are you looking for me? And then a bunch of the students of the acting school all pop up, dressed up as Brotherhood of Nod soldiers.
Oh, that's fucking great.
And he goes like, you may have think you've confronted me by coming back in time, but as you can see, it doesn't matter how far I go, the Brotherhood will always remain. Have you any final words? And one of the guys is like, yeah, can we have the interview before we get killed? And Joseph's like, yeah, sure, I'll be down in a sec. And literally...
that's way more fun to believe that's real. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so Joseph would later tell them that not only did he find it hilarious, but it was also meant to be an assignment for the acting students. Because he wanted them to basically be like, hey, you're not going to be given any lines here. You need to learn improv. So this is going to be an improv scene, basically. And Joseph Joseph sat down, had the interview with them, and from what people have said, he's a very funny guy, and he's very humble. Like, he's honestly told people he doesn't know how he got the job, but he loves the job to this day. And even jokingly said, he's like, if they ever revive the series and want me to come back, I'll come back. Doesn't matter how old I am, I'll come back. Because, as he put it, he goes like, you can't replace the Messiah. Because that's what Kane calls himself. So, and again, the man's like, I think in his 60s now. And it's been a running joke that aside from a few lines on his face, the man doesn't fucking age. So people have been saying, oh God, he really is immortal.
That's great.
But yeah, you can go to his acting school. It's still there. And he's just, again, from what people said, he's just a very humble guy who just said, I don't know how I got the role, but I did, and I threw myself into it. And he openly mentioned, in one interview he had, and I think this is really cool coming from him, he mentioned that one thing that's always concerned him, in his opinion, is that people who get voice acting jobs or minor acting roles don't think that they should fully commit to it. And he said on an interview, he goes, it doesn't matter how small the role is. It doesn't matter how few lines you get. What matters is that if you don't commit to the role, people won't remember you. If you give a performance that's worth remembering, it doesn't matter how small the role is. People will remember you. And that's important because that gives you extra work. Because they'll come back. Because again, we didn't know Command and Conquer was going to be successful. Had it not taken off, I just would have been, oh, yeah, I was Kane in one game, but I'm also a sound director, and I could have pursued my sound directing career, but they wanted me back as an actor. So that's what I did. So he understood that sometimes, he mentioned that sometimes it's disheartening to not get the role you want, but as he put it, he goes like, do people not remember or realize that, your small roles are just as important as the big ones, because without the small ones, the big ones don't get carried to where they need to go. You can't do it all by yourself.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for fuck's sake, I was looking through Yuri Lowenthal's voice acting, like his filmography on Wikipedia. You know that his filmography is so big it requires its own Wikipedia page?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's been doing this shit since 2003.
Mm-hmm.
And, because what brought this up was I've been playing Division 1 recently, and there are a few death cries in the game that sound like Yuri Lowenthal. Now, he's not credited anywhere in Division 1, but he has been in a Tom Clancy game prior to Division 1.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like that samples of him. If it is him, it probably isn't. So my brain at like 3 in the morning one night was like, it gave me a brand new phrase. Yuri Lowenthal auditory hallucinations.
I mean, I'm trying to think.
And I sit there and laugh at that for like a good half an hour, chuckling, because I keep hearing that guy's voice in the game. But like, he is what I refer to as the non-anime Johnny Young Bosch.
Yes.
He's been in fucking everything.
Yep. And I think the craziest thing about him is that I remember him most from, oh god, I'm about to show my age here. I remember him most from SD Gundam because he's
Honestly.
because he's Baku Netsumaru in SD Gundam.
Yes, yes. Again, I was talking with Andrea about that last night, and even she was surprised by that. Like, I haven't seen SD Gundam in years since it very first aired, but I know about SD Gundam, and to know that he played a major character in that as one of his very first roles ever, apparently, according to his filmography, was pretty impressive. I'm oh damn, okay. But he's been in fucking so much, and apparently, like I think my favorite bit recently was I watched I did eventually watch the sequel to the Spider-Verse sequel. Yeah, it's not as good as the first one, only because it ends on such a fucking cliffhanger.
Oh yeah, you mean Superior Spider-Man, which is Yuri Lowenthal.
Insomniac Spider-Man shows up for a bit in that movie as a cameo gag.
Yeah.
And it's really funny hearing with that as a bit. It's really good.
Yeah. I think the other thing about Yuri Lowenthal, just as a voice actor, is that Yuri's like, when you hear his voice, a lot of people automatically paint, they remember who he is. Like, most people know him as Sasuke. Because he's Sasuke.
Yes, he is. He is Sasuke Uchiha.
Yeah, he's Sasuke Uchiha. He's Baku Netsumaru in SD Gundam. He's done other stuff too, but I think the crazy thing about Yuri Lowenthal is that when you hear him, you know it's him, but at the same time, you're like, holy shit, Yuri, calm the fuck down. Because here's the thing, his natural voice is already good enough, but when the man wants to start fucking screaming, or really putting 110% into it, you're like, Jesus, Yuri, you're putting everyone else to shame. Calm down.
Yes. Because the thing, like, I went through a lot of it. Like, he's also the main character in Persona 3. He is the playable character.
Yep.
And he's also, I think it's Yosuke?
Yosuke Hanamura. Yeah, he's Yosuke Hanamura.
So he has got a lot of prolific roles, and it's one of those things.
Oh wait, we need to pause. There's ads playing.
Oh, okay.
So, it's exclamation mark ad. Hold on, I'll do it.
Wait, wouldn't it be funny if I just suddenly changed the PNG that I'm using?
Go for it.
People get back from the ads and see a fat, nerdy ex-maniac instead of a girl.
I was gonna say I thought she was pregnant for a second, but yeah, I get what you mean.
She's just fat. That's actually what my stomach looks like. So I mean, it's kind of shaped like that.
So, but yeah, the I think by backing up a little bit so we don't change the topic too much. I think one of the craziest things to me is that I feel kind of bad because with SD Gundam, Yuri Lowenthal's career took off, but the other two, not so much. I literally don't even remember the other two. I don't even know their names. And then, we'll come back to Yuri Lowenthal because I do want to bring this up because I think it's hilarious. So, then we need to talk about Mega Man X's voice actor for a second. Because Mega Man X has had one well-known voice actor. Meanwhile, Zero's gone through quite a few, honestly. To put this in perspective for you, Zero from Mega Man X has had two well-known voice actors. Lucas Gilbertson, who's probably the most well-known voice, because he's the one that played him in, like, Mega Man X7, Mega Man X8 and Command Mission, and then Johnny Young Bosch took over after that. But Lucas Gilbertson is still mostly well known for, like, if you go and watch, like, the Something About Mega Man X, or Something About series, the thing, hey X, listen X, me and the other Maverick Hunters, the big boys, like me, that's Lucas Gilbertson doing that. That's Zero's actual voice actor. However, here's the crazy part. Mark Gatha is X's voice actor. And if that name doesn't sound familiar, that's okay.
Yes!
For those
Zaruk.
Oh, you know.
Zaruk, I'm going to link you something, because I looked up Mark Gatha for this. I need you to look at what I'm sending you.
Okay.
So, he's an orthopedic surgeon.
Yeah, he is, but yeah, that's what he does now. Yeah.
I want you to look at that page and scroll down, and the first thing you see on his website.
All right, hang on. Is it about Domon?
Just scroll down.
All right, hang on.
It's a picture. I don't know if he did it himself. He probably did. He might have.
All right, hang on. Let me pull this thing up so y'all can see it too. Hang on. Nile and I we switched gears for a minute to talk about some other voice actors. Let me pull this up real quick. Hang on. Let me see here.
I can't tell you how happy it makes me though, because someone's in there that makes me very, very happy.
All right, so let's see. Yeah, Dr. Mark Gatha. Let's see. Oh God, who's that guy on the left? I should know who that is.
Yes, that is my.
It's Irvine.
Man.
It's Irvine.
Irvine from
Irvine.
Zoids.
Yeah. So let me pull. So
His
I'm gonna
three biggest roles.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up. So for those who don't know, let's switch gears to Mega Man X for a second. In the Mega Man X series, and we're not talking about the early versions. We're talking about the later titles.
What am I fighting for?
We're not counting that. But yeah,
Sorry, I had to.
I know. X8, Command Mission, that kind of stuff. For those who don't know, with X8, Command Mission, and then Mega Man Maverick Hunter X, which was the remake of X1, X and Zero were played by Mark Gatha and Lucas Gilbertson, respectively. Lucas Gilbertson still does some voice work, not a lot, but he still does some stuff. Mark Gatha, after playing 3 voice acting roles, that being Mega Man X, Irvine from Zoids, and then Domon Kashu from G Gundam, resigned or retired from voice acting. And what does he do now? Well, I'll show y'all. He's an orthopedic surgeon.
He uses
he used his money
to pay his way through medical school.
Yep. Dr. Mark Gatha. So yeah, he
and
literally
apparently a couple years ago, someone was able to interview him directly about a lot of that stuff.
Yep.
He still remembers some of the lines.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like, he can still do them, and I'm like, that makes me so happy.
Oh yeah.
He's a cool guy.
He is. And what's interesting is that, and I want to bring this up because it's worth noting. While Mark Gatha went on to go through med school and everything, Lucas Gilbertson, I think this is just a prime example of how tough Lucas Gilbertson is. Lucas Gilbertson, the man went through a very dark period in his life. He interviewed with Reploid Revo. Those guys are, one of the guys behind that channel is actually a monster, so don't go to their YouTube channel. One of them's like, he's done some bad stuff. Let's leave it at that. But they did interview Lucas Gilbertson at one point. Lucas Gilbertson pointed out at one point during his voice acting career, Lucas fell into a very, very deep depression. Like, we're talking instincts, like moments away from offing himself levels of depression. And Lucas had to claw his way out, tooth and nail just to pull himself out to where he is now. And he's still around, still doing voice acting. And even now, if people need someone to do a voice for Zero, he's always willing to volunteer. Like, he's done it for pay, and sometimes he doesn't. And if y'all don't know what he sounds like, go watch, the Something About Mega Man X episode. And when X comes back to base all beat up, and you hear that, hey, X, listen, X, me and the other Maverick Hunters, the big boys, like me, are gonna go handle this. Yeah, that's Lucas Gilbertson playing.
Oh, they actually got him to do that.
Yep, they got him play, and
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it gets even better. If you go watch the Something About Legends Arceus video, he's also playing Volo.
Oh my god, that's great. I haven't watched that one yet. I gotta do that.
So yeah, Giratina, strike her down. That's Zero saying that, which is hilarious.
That's fucking awesome, actually.
Yeah, you little baby boobop. Yeah, that's
you little baby boobop.
You little baby boobop. Yeah, that's.
I love that one.
That's Lucas Gilbertson. Now, it's also funny because Lucas Gilbertson, when people have asked him to go back and do the whole "What am I fighting for?" scene, not only did he go back and do it, the man put 120% into it. And Jesus, if I had heard that as a kid, it wouldn't have been funny. Like, it actually sounds horrifying because Zero is screaming. Like, he sounds distraught. Like, as for him, he goes like, "This isn't happening! There's no reason for me to go on!" Like, he literally sounds a mix between rage and utter despair. And what's funny is that he went back and dubbed it. Johnny Young Bosch, the current voice actor for Zero, refuses to go back and dub it because he says that it should just stay dead. Which, I mean, kind of bitch move, Johnny, but all right, sure. Like, I mean, I feel like a dick for saying this. No disrespect to Mr. Young Bosch, but I kind of wish he would, like, stop taking a lot of the big roles. Like, please. Like, it's one of those things where, like,
he is. I think it's It's like I will admit he's my favorite voice actor in most, and because like I just like that he has like one voice, you know it's him, but he does everything pretty well.
yeah.
Although, like, yeah, I can understand that.
Now, granted,
I will say though, when I heard that he came back for the DMC anime for Netflix, but he's playing Dante and not Nero, that made me laugh.
yeah.
But it makes sense if
Yeah.
it's like pre-DMC 3 Dante.
Yeah. But you want to know the most. Okay, I have to tell y'all this. So here's where things get interesting. Y'all want to know why the DMC anime is kind of like hot garbage and all over the damn place?
It's because every single time they try one of these, it always is.
No. It gets more interesting. Listen to this. So the director for the anime, for those who don't know, the DMC anime started production before Devil May Cry 5 started production. It's been in production. It was in production that long. The director has gone on record saying that to him, as far as he was concerned, Devil May Cry was dead as a franchise because it hadn't had a new game in so long. So he was basically he basically said, well, to him, he said in interviews, to me, it'd been over a decade. There weren't any new games. So we figured that the franchise was dead and we were just going to put a new spin on it. And then Devil May Cry 5 came out. And now, he has, I feel so bad. Now, granted, he didn't have to be such a dick about it because he was a dick about it. But he basically said in an interview, he goes, we were basically stuck between a rock and a hard place because the anime came out and now it throws everything we were doing in the garbage because now our story doesn't work because, well, the game's out and we can't start over. We've already put too much money in it. We can't start over. We've just got to commit. And so he openly is aware that people don't like the anime. He knows that they don't like the anime. And he said, I know people don't like it, but in my defense, I thought that the franchise was dead and didn't know that I would be compared to a game that was coming out, without us knowing and then finished before we were done with the anime. And we're still, the reason why people kind of view him as a dick is because he blames Capcom. Like he goes, this is their fault. If they had actually told us this was happening or had given us a heads up, we wouldn't have made these decisions. This is on them as much as it's us. And I'm like, okay.
I have to agree with him on that
I
one,
do.
though.
But the problem is that, and people had pointed this out, they're like, okay, but you could have made minor changes to the story. The fact that you doubled down and just committed to your vision is the problem. That's the thing. He basically says that I had to go with my vision, basically. I had to go through with it. And people were like, no, you could have altered some stuff to fit the games, but you didn't. You doubled down, basically. So...
Well, here's the thing with that, though. The problem there is that, like, minor changes like that are not easily made.
Yeah, I know.
When it comes to, like, filmography and stuff like that, minor changes mean you have to completely change the script around it as well. Like, you can't just go in and rewrite a couple lines, because you would then have to rewrite the scene if the dialogue is different and the vibe is different. So you would have to get all those voice actors back. You'd have to have them re-record all their lines, which takes a lot of time and money. And with big name voice actors, they got a lot of work usually. They can't just come back in and do that again. Otherwise, they would be phoning in their lines quite literally. No matter how good they may be, if it's through like a phone recording, that's not really going to work very well. So it's one of those things where, like, I understand why he was kind of forced to double down on that. Like, yes, it would have been better if he could, delay things and make changes. But again, there's no guarantee it would have ever come out to begin with then. They would have lost a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of reputation as well, which in this industry is getting more and more important than getting a paycheck most days.
There's also the fact there's also the fact that a lot of the another reason people were very upset about the anime is the way, like, how not only were, like, just how some of the characters were portrayed, or the fact that now, granted, I don't know who makes this call, but the fact that the music, like, here's the thing. We know that the anime was finishing production or still in production when DMC 5 came out. So the fact that they don't use any of the original music from the games or hell, even from DMC 5, like they used, like, altered versions or like a very shitty version of Bury the Light at the end of the series made a lot of people upset. Now, granted, I've talked to a friend of mine who explained that in that situation, that's not on the director of the anime. That is on the corporation who can get their hands on the rights to the music. However, as he pointed out to me, Capcom made the fucking game. So if Capcom somehow cannot get permission to use Bury the Light again, if I was a lawyer, I'd be cocking my head to the side going, why the fuck not? Like,
it probably depends on who made the music.
Casey Edwards.
At that point, it's like who, like
Yeah.
it's like who actually owns it. Because if Capcom don't own the guy,
Yeah.
or own the studio who produced the song, then they can't use it without getting permission.
Yeah. So
Copyright's a fucking sham.
Yeah.
Copyright sucks, and it's worse in Japan than it is over here some
Yeah.
days. Because it's so all over the place, hyper specific.
So, regardless of the situation, the director, I feel bad for the director. He may have been kind of a dick about it in the interviews, but I feel bad for the guy because, well, kind of like how Lich King said, he was basically finishing the anime with a loaded gun at the back of his head since DMC5 came out, which basically means he had no choice in the matter. And I feel bad because if he had more time or more control, then maybe things would have been different. But he was put in the situation that he was put in and had no choice but to finish it. And now everyone blames him for it, which is not fair because it's not like he could have made a lot of decisions in it. But I also blame the fact that a lot of this happening is because every company now, if they make a video game anime, they want to be the next Netflix Castlevania, which, first of all, don't. That's not fair. You are never going to compare to that ever. So stop trying. You can't.
It's also funny too because it's like I saw someone I follow make a pretty interesting comment where it's like, now that the DMC5 anime has come out and is pretty much as bad as we expected it to be, given that this is the second time this is happening now, can we finally take a step back and realize how fucking terrible the Castlevania one was in terms of its loyalty to its own series?
Yeah.
And it's like, there's a lot of character assassination in that show. Now, I wouldn't know. I've never played a Castlevania game, ever. Any exposure I have to it comes from a couple of YouTubers playing some of the older stuff with no dialogue or real story beyond you play a Belmont, you're whipping things with a cool strut, and then you fight Dracula at the end.
Yeah.
That's all I know about those
And
games.
that's
and, the die monster bit. But that's it. That's all I know.
Well, that's the thing. See, the reason the Netflix Castlevania, the reason the Castlevania anime works is because aside from Symphony of the Night and certain other games, like remember the original Netflix was based off Castlevania 3, which had no dialogue. And all it did was basically take aspects or parts and individuals from the games around Castlevania 3, that being Hector and Isaac, who are from Curse of Darkness, from Curse of Darkness, when they're, which takes place right after Castlevania 3. So they basically had a lot more room to wiggle with. With the new one, though, the problem is Richter Belmont's story had dialogue. Richter had a story to his game. Richter had stuff to do with his game. So not only did they have to mention that and include that, but it's also the fact that after the Netflix Castlevania series, Dracula's gone and is with his wife. So they needed to think up something else they could do or how they can incorporate it. So that was already the first problem. Now, what they literally should have done is my idea is that the reason they're introducing Richter is they're probably going to try to implement or adapt Symphony of the Night, which good luck. Good luck with that. I'm saying good luck because it doesn't matter how good it is. People are still going to hate it because Symphony of the Night is really close to a lot of people. It means a lot to them. And so, yeah, good luck with that. So what's happened now is that the reason the Castlevania Netflix worked is because they picked a game or a timeline where they were basically like, there is no background here. We can do whatever we want, basically. And you can't really do that with Devil May Cry because everything's been well established. You would need to pick a franchise that doesn't have any establishment in it. I don't know. Aside from Castlevania, could you give us a good Mega Man anime? Please? Please? I beg of you.
The monkey's paw curls.
Yeah, like, you could give us a good Mega Man anime, because that'd be great. There's other things they could do. By the way, what level does Bidoof evolve? Can you check that for me?
I want to say mid-20s.
Hey, Drakixie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. Hello, Zaruk in his chat. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm wrong. 15?
What?
That's a lot earlier than I thought it was. Well, I mean, okay, it's the regional rat, so
Yeah.
fair enough.
Anyway, how you doing? Thank you, Drakixie. How you doing?
That sounded so rude.
That's fine. Make yourself at home, and thank you for the follow. You know me, I'm Zaruk Windcaller. This is my friend Nile, who's another big Pokemon fan. So,
Emphasis on big.
so
Also, damn, yeah, Morgana's fucking gigantic right now. Holy
well,
shit.
yeah, like, there's been a running joke that she could probably get as big as the region if she wanted to, and then scare everyone.
Impressive.
Trying to think, like, that's kind of the problem. There aren't really any games now that are so open-ended that you could make, that you have wiggle room on a story. There aren't any. You would basically have to take games that are like, okay, you guys realize by doing that, they don't double up. You're literally overriding each other by doing that. So y'all are like, if you don't space them out, you're wasting your points. So those of y'all who've been doing it at the same time like that, only one of them goes through. But I'm trying to think, like, come on. Okay, I'm about, oh boy. This would probably get me crucified by the video game community for saying this, but, you could make a Kingdom Hearts anime. You could streamline it to the point where we can avoid all the chaff and just get to the fucking point for stuff.
Okay, but so here's the problem with that one though, Zaruk.
Mm-hmm.
First, you have to understand what story points are important and what story points to hit in a linear way that makes sense to everyone outside of it.
Hmm.
Because see, the problem, the real reason why it's hard to do any of this stuff is because, well, you know what, Lich King's got a point, Disney, but
Yeah.
also, the biggest issue is, you're not making this for only the fans.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem with a lot of media today, is that they are really desperately trying to hit that general market, and they've got to stop fucking doing that.
I mean,
Because, oh my god, is it fucking up Godzilla now, and that's
Yeah.
making me upset.
I mean, okay, well, you could make a Final Fantasy anime based on the original Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy 1.
Potentially, yes.
And here's what you
But-
and here's what you could wait, I'm not done. You're gonna love this. So, here's what you can do. And please, for the love of fuck, and I'm angry about this, if you're gonna do it, don't give it to the fuckheads who made Dragon's Dogma. They fucked up the Dragon's Dogma anime. They did. It's awful. But I digress. Make an anime based on the original Final Fantasy, but before you get into the story of the Warriors of Light and all that stuff, give us 2 or 3 episodes about Soldier of Chaos. Tell us how Garland came to be. Give us that. Like, you know, that, what was that game that inspired that? It's Warrior of Chaos, right? Or whatever it is. Soldier of Chaos? What is it?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I'm not, like, deep in the Final Fantasy stuff.
Yeah, it's basically where you play as a guy who wants to destroy Chaos, the primordial force itself, but he gets turned into Garland, the antagonist
I
of the
sense
first game.
some of you in chat are thinking about Morgana cramming her massive size into someone else and what would happen to the host she's possessing.
I mean, what would it do to you, Andrea?
You
But
know how you have, you know, like all the like the air pump inflation content, just that, but with Shadow Ball instead.
so here's the thing: if you give us 2 or 3 episodes explaining the origin of Chaos, because Chaos is the big bad of the first Final Fantasy game. It's Garland, and then Garland becomes Chaos. Basically, it's a self-writing time loop. Basically, so give us that, set us up. So we can understand, oh, this guy's a tragic villain, but he's too far gone now and needs to be stopped. Now, we jump into the main story and learn about the Warriors of Light. The Warriors of Light are just that. They do not have names. They are to the point that in Final Fantasy media now, they're all just classified, the 4 heroes of that game are classified as one person, just the Warrior of Light, or a Warrior of Light. basically. So you can basically have free reign to make these characters whatever class you wanted to make them, whatever personality you wanted to give them, and then have them go around, get the the 4 crystals, and then go fight Garland or then Chaos, I guess. And boom.
Now here's where we get into the primary issue. Zaruk, how long would you say that game is in terms of playtime?
The original Final Fantasy?
Yeah. Like if you intended to get the full experience of the story.
Trying to think how long would if you were gonna do everything, I don't know. Someone help me out here. It's an old NES game, so, but it was still a massive NES game. I'm gonna guess, if you know what you're like, if we're going off the idea that you don't know what you're doing and you're just adventuring around, I don't know, 15, 16 hours maybe.
Okay. Then my next question is the biggest question of all. Can you cram that entire story in animated format into 25 episodes or less? If the answer is no, it's never going to get done. It's never going to happen. Because the industry right now does not have the ability or the will to make something that grand outside of 25 episodes at the most. And the reason why is primarily because the industry is not in a good state right now.
Yeah. 15 and like people are saying between 15 and a half to 20 plus hours. So
that is a hefty fucking NES game.
well, it's also because this is an NES game where you were having random encounters every fucking second. So so
I mean, but it's like a proper JRPG, but like if you take out like the constant battling and the grind, if you were able to streamline all of that into a dedicated playtime of just the story experience, I'd probably say you could probably cut like 4 hours off of that, maybe.
Probably. The main touching points are that the heroes need to need to meet the king in the first few episodes, go to the Temple of Fiends and fight Garland, kill him, go back to the king, who then builds him a bridge to go and explore the mainland. You can do that in like 2 episodes, maybe 3. No, we'll say 2. After that, you're gonna need some episodes to fight the 4 fiends, who are like the four main bosses before you go fight the final boss, which is Chaos. What?
Sorry, it's just you mentioned the 4 fiends, and I think of the Yade music, and it just makes me laugh.
Oh yeah, happy 81st anniversary. Yeah, and 81st anniversary of the D-Day landings. I made a post about that this morning. So let's see. You could probably turn the fights of the 4 fiends into a 2-parter. So that's 8 episodes. Then you need 2 for the introduction. And again, 3 to set up who Garland or Chaos is. 2 for the beginning, so that's 5. You need 8 for the fiends, so that's 13. What was my limit again? Like, how many did you say episodes were you saying I had to tell the story in?
Well, okay, so the general consensus for like a lot of media these days is the absolute maximum you'll ever see an anime get at this point anymore is like 25 episodes, because that's all they can really afford to pay for. But that's also implying they do it with a really prominent studio who is not really restricted too heavily, because even Gundam Witch only got like, was it 2 seasons of like 23 or 24 episodes?
Yeah, I heard about that.
And apparently people are saying that show definitely needed like maybe 10 or 13 more to like really flesh out some certain aspects of it. And even Gundam is now hitting this point where it's just not really getting much. Like, that's a shame. So you're gonna have to cut that down to like 15 episodes cap.
Okay. Well, that's 13, as I've described. So then, I'm trying to think. You could probably, if we have to cap it at 15, then you could use the final 2 episodes to deal with confronting Chaos, basically. You can make it a 2-parter. And then that would probably be enough, I think. So yeah, you need an introduction to set up who Garland and Chaos is. The introduction, like, to the start of the adventure. 8 episodes for the fiends, 2 each. and then, set up, fight, basically. And then after that, again, we're not meant to tell, we can't tell the whole damn story. We can tell the important beats of it, basically.
So what that is Pokemon Origins. What you've described
Yes.
is the 4-episode promo anime of Pokemon Origins, which is damn good,
Yeah.
but I would have loved to see that as a fully fleshed out series.
Yeah.
The problem, however, again, it was promoing Gen 6.
Yeah. I would have
Because it was
loved,
when Mega
hey,
Evolution
I would have
first
loved to
came
see a
out.
Mystery Dungeon anime. We never got that.
Well, we did, technically.
Yeah, just one episode
We got
for
two,
each thing.
actually.
No,
We
no,
got two.
we got no, we got
And
the
only one
we got
was
we got
with
the rescue team. We got the rescue team special, Team Go Getters out of the gate, and we had 2 episodes for Explorers of for the Explorers series. One of them, which which is the introduction, and another one that I don't think we got here in the West, which is after the hero and the partner meet up with Grovyle. So
Yeah.
yeah, so and there's a manga, but it's very short. It's like a one shot.
I mean, the sad truth is we had a lot of different Pokemon stuff back in the day, and then that all got canceled because Ash Ketchum was the moneymaker.
Mm-hmm.
We had Pokemon Chronicles, which was Gen 2 based, followed the plot of the games of Gen 2, and the main character, Gold, was buddies with Raikou, who basically was his tuxedo mask who did shit.
Mm-hmm.
Raikou, my favorite fucking one of that trio, got a full-ass anime to itself, while Suicune appeared in, half of one movie, and then Entei got its own movie? But Raikou got his whole ass series.
Yep.
Problem with that, though, that series got canceled partway through because it just wasn't popular enough. And I'm sitting over here, but it's better in every fucking way.
And let's
I
also
got tired of Ash pretty quick, actually, so
yeah,
I'm
and let's
biased
not
on
forget
that one.
let's also not forget Dan Green playing the investigator guy, or like the performer guy. I've been on the sidelines long enough.
I gotta say though, I keep thinking about the Charmander voice actor story. That one makes me laugh.
Wait, what?
For those that don't know about that, yeah. So you remember Charmander's voice in the anime?
Yeah.
Charmander, Char.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
here's the thing. The guy that did a lot of the Pokemon voice acting in that series, I think it was like primarily one dude. Like it wasn't like Pikachu. Like a lot of the other Pokemon were like primarily one guy. So he was voicing a lot of various Pokemon who really only show up for like 1 or 2 episodes, give or take. And he thought Charmander was going to be one of those Pokemon, where he would only want to show up for a couple episodes, so he just chose a voice and ran with it. Little did he know, that Pokemon's going to be one of the most prominent Pokemon that Ash had on him for the majority of his story. And he picked the worst possible voice for that.
Oh yeah, he shot his voice.
That fucked up my throat pretty bad.
Yeah.
Isn't that the Sean Schmale, like, Super Saiyan 3 yelling?
Mm-hmm.
How that, like, completely ruined him for a long time afterward?
Yeah, but here's the thing. What I tell people is if you want a prime example of someone fucking up their voice, that would be Liam O'Brien playing Azura in Azura's Wrath. So
Oh, God, I love Liam O'Brien.
Okay, so let me tell you guys this story. Liam O'Brien tells this story to everyone who gets into voice acting because he tells them, don't forget, you have the right to tell your directors, hey, we can't do this first. Like, we have to space this out. So, for those who don't know, there is a scene in Azura's Wrath where Azura watches what he believes his daughter to get killed. Azura goes off the fucking deep end and starts screaming for a long ass time. Basically, he just starts fucking screaming, over and over again. And while he's doing that, the thing is that would be fine. But Liam O'Brien said that when they were, I gotta go get the badge first. Liam O'Brien said that during the recording, they said, hey, Liam, we're going to start the recording for the day. We want to start with the scream stuff. And Liam told them, I can't do this first. I'm literally going to throw my voice out doing this. Like, this is going to strain me. Can't we do this last? They told him no. They had a schedule to keep, and he needed to do that first. So he did. That strained him so much that by the time the day of recording was over, not only was his voice shot, but he was also coughing up blood because he tore a lot of his vocal cords. And he has mentioned that. He says, so yeah, that screaming you're hearing from Azura is me in absolute agony because I can already feel my voice getting shot. But
The human Tigrex.
Yeah, he would then later go on to say, he's like, that's why no matter what, you have the right to tell someone, no, I won't do that first. We need to do this last. We can come back to this, but we need to do everything else. Because, and if they don't want to play ball, then just tell them, then I'm not doing it. Because this is gonna kill my voice. Like, we need to do this later. And again, people told him, they're like, Liam, a lot of other voice actors don't have the pushing power you do because you've been around a while. And he told them it doesn't matter who you are. The fact is your voice is your tool. If your tool's destroyed, then what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, again, like another good example again is Goku's voice actor Sean Schmale.
Sean Schmale.
Like he did that to himself when he did the whole Super Saiyan 3 screaming for that reveal during the Boo arc. And he said that he fucking passed out during all of that.
Oh no, that's a rumor. He
didn't pass out then?
No, he did
But
not. He
did
got super light.
voice,
He got
though.
super lightheaded and almost collapsed, but he didn't pass out in the booth. No. And the reason,
but another good example is actually one of the most well known out there, David Hayter.
Yeah, David Hayter did it.
Because it was for I think it was Metal Gear Solid 4. He had to like make his Snake voice exceedingly gravelly by smoking a fuck ton. And he said that it took him several years, like a decade likely, to come back from that for his Snake voice.
Yep.
He couldn't get the old Snake voice back after doing that for a long time.
And yes, that's also...
He's like, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, and Lich King's also correct. Vic Mignogna did indeed throw out his voice as Broly. He did indeed throw out his voice.
Yeah, it's and as I found out, it's incredibly easy to throw out your fucking voice.
It is.
Like, I don't have the vocal stamina that a lot of these prolific voice actors do, but
Yeah.
my god, is that easy to fucking do. Especially, even if you're very trained with it.
Yeah, and the reason I'm not bringing up Sean is because Sean Schmel is kind of an asshole. Sean has...
apparently.
Yeah, Sean, well, no, Vic, okay, here's the problem. Vic Mignogna became the scapegoat that everyone, like, at the time, there was already a lot of, like, simmering tension about the voice acting community, and Vic just became the target that everyone could attack. Most of the accusations against Vic were baseless.
Uh-oh.
Huh? Uh-oh. What happened?
You cut out quite heavily there for a second.
Right,
I heard something snap, and then I heard.
Yeah, I'm back now. That would be, I gotta disconnect. Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
So, here's the deal about Vic. Vic Mignogna became the target of basically... It was just, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, is Vic guilty of certain things? Yes, he has done some minor things that are not cool. But the problem is that a lot of the stuff he's accused of, he was innocent of. And it's one of the reasons Monica Rial, who's Bulma's English voice actor, got in a shit ton of trouble. Because a lot of the accusations she made were made the fuck up. So, that wasn't good. So, with that being the case, Vic stepped away from voice acting. He does his own thing now. He doesn't voice act anymore. Sean, though? Yeah, Sean Schmel is still doing voice acting. But the problem with Mr. Schmel is that his ego follows him wherever he fucking goes.
Because that's kind of what happens when you voice, like, probably the most famous anime character of all time.
Yeah, but the problem is that his ego gets in the way of so much shit. And what's crazy about it is that, let me give you an example. When they were doing DBZ Kai, Chris Sabat, Sonny Strait, that being Vegeta, Piccolo, and Goku, and Krillin, respectively. Chris Sabat is Piccolo and Vegeta. Chris Sabat was the director for DBZ Kai. And Chris Sabat had actually met the Team 4-Star members. And once they got to the Boo Saga for Kai, Chris Sabat was like, I want to get those guys in here. They're literally one of the reasons why Kai is successful is because they have DBZ Abridged. We need to get them in here. Sonny Strait was on board. A lot of the other voice actors were on board. Hell, even the production team was on board. Guess who wasn't? Sean.
Uh-oh.
Sean was not on board. Sean has gone on, like, not open record, but Sean has shown numerous times on hot mics and on interviews that he can't stand the Team 4-Star guys. He hates them. He can't stand him. And you want to know why?
Is
That's
it because they were fucking with Goku's entire character?
That's part of it. The other part of it is because he's a petty bitch. Because at one convention they went to, Team 4-Star got the biggest room for the convention, and his interview got stuck to a side room. And when he wondered why he wasn't getting the biggest room, the head of the con people told him, oh, that's for Team 4-Star. And he told them, Team 4-Star, who is that? Who the hell is that? And that's why one of the jokes in DBZ Abridged is where they say, who is that? What is that? What the hell is that? That's a reference to that. So, yeah, he's a very petty asshole.
Really, like, the sad thing is like, yeah, I'd be a little bit upset about that too. However, at the same time, like, they're currently they're currently very popular. A lot of people really like them. And if what you're getting is a one-on-one interview, or like, it's like, I understand where he's coming from, but like, dude, you gotta know that these guys have a lot of like internet fame right now,
Yep.
and they are doing a lot of really good parody work, and people really love them.
Yep. So in the end, what ended up happening was that with Kai, is that Sabat and again, this part, take it with a grain of salt, because this is only what I've been able to infer. Basically, Sabat and Chris Sabat and the others were like, fuck you. We're doing it. We'll do, like, we don't care. We're getting them involved. However, Sean's bitching basically made its way up the chain. And now there comes the problem of, like, the head people are like, okay, we get that they're popular, but we don't want them having primary roles because that'll take away from everything. So instead, Chris Sabat, because he's actually really fucking smart, is like, okay, I got an idea. So then, in one of the DBZ Kai episodes, which is basically it's the scene in DBZ Kai where they're basically some news people and some people in costume are explaining how the fight against Cell went and how Hercule beat Cell. All the actors in costume, like Goku, Piccolo, all of them pretending to be those people, it's the Team 4-Star actors playing their respective roles. So Masako plays the actor playing Goku. Kaiser, is doing all of his stuff. Lanny is doing the voice of, like, Lanny is doing, Piccolo, that kind of stuff. So that's how they got them in there. And I think that's smart as hell, because that's basically him being like, wait a minute, I got an idea. So, and it worked. But it's one of the reasons why the relationship, between... kind of one of the reasons. Now, a lot of voice actors don't care. Like, I know that, I am aware that Kirito's voice actor, I don't know who it is. I don't really care to know, because I don't really care about Kirito. He's actually one of my most hated characters in anime. But Kirito's voice actor knows about the Something Witty team and their parody of, of Sword Art Online Abridged. And he thinks that shit's hilarious. He is actively, like, said in interviews, he's like, I wish I could quote some of that stuff. I wish I could, but he can't.
Wait, hold on. He is like, is it because he's not allowed to? Or
Basically,
is it because,
yes.
like, oh, that's fucking lame.
It's like, it's
Let him do some cameo jokes.
It's a union thing. A lot of, like, it's one of the reasons why Chris, it's why Chris Sabat and Sonny Strait, for example, have said they would love to be in something with Team 4-Star, but they're not allowed to because of union stuff. So
wait a minute. Like, okay. Union stuff, as in because of the fact that they have specific requirements for compensation for their work. They can't do
fan project stuff, basically.
What? That's really stupid. That's fucking bullshit.
I think it's like they can't do fan project stuff and get paid or something. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. The point is that they can't. And
that's so stupid.
Well, and Chris Sabat has also, like, kind of gone on record saying, I can't tell you exactly why, but we're not allowed to, basically. And that's also a red flag. You're not allowed to disclose the fact that you can't, like, the reasons why you can't do it. Like, unions are important. I get that, but I really do feel like that should be something that you should be allowed to talk about. Like, is that at the point of a fucking union? Yeah. Also, Bryce Papenbrook. Bryce Papenbrook voices Kirito. Fun fact, by the way, voice acting runs in the Papenbrook family, because Bryce Papenbrook's father was also a voice actor. And he did a lot of cool stuff, but what I remember him most for is that he was Zhang Fei in one of the older Dynasty Warriors games. And he had one of the hardest fucking lines in Dynasty Warriors history, where Zhang Fei stands at the bridge at Changban, holding the bridge by himself, and quotes the following: "No one gets past this bridge. Absolutely no one." And when he scares a bunch of dudes, he tells them, "Come on, this bridge belongs to me, and the toll for passage is death." He goes so fucking hard in that. And Bryce would go on to follow in his dad's footsteps and be a voice actor. Now, I don't hate, look, Bryce Papenbrook is not why I hate Kirito. I hate Kirito because the writing, like the manga itself, just the character of Kirito is garbage.
Well, because the actual writer is unapologetically bad at doing what he does.
Yeah.
Because I think because he writes in such a specific way that is like every possible unwanted trope for a character development in any capacity. And then you have the fact that he is open about how he doesn't like writing female characters, thus he can't.
Yep.
And I'm like, then have someone else write those
have someone else
characters.
write it. Yeah.
It's my story! Then I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, bro, come the fuck on. I write porn and I get paid for this shit and I could write female characters better than you can. That's sad.
It's not just that, too. It's also the sexism in a way a lot of the characters are portrayed, which is also not good. Like, the problem is that he openly admits what his flaws are, but he doesn't do anything to correct them, which is the issue.
Yeah, it's like, it's one thing to admit that, like, I have flaws in my stuff, and, like, it's like, but it's like when you actively also then follow that up with, I don't want to change that, like, why is my question then? Like, at that point, is that not, like, defeating the purpose of your job? Like, I thought your job and your passion was the writing thing here. That, as someone who has lost passion in writing, that sounds to me like that might be a loss of passion, and you're just doing it for the paycheck at that point. Which at that point, I just say stop writing. Yeah,
I'm gonna run to the I gotta run to the restroom real quick. But before I go, hey, it could be it could be worse. You could be the mangaka for Sailor Moon, who basically adopted the Hunter x Hunter author, and now is taking over the writing for him because he's kind of a mess.
Adopted? Oh
no, that's they're married.
Oh.
And here's the thing.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think. Yeah, and I say adopted because here's the thing. He doesn't deserve her. Here's the thing. For those who don't know, the mangaka who wrote Sailor Moon has 3 fucking doctorates. She's a genius. Damn. She's a master writer, and she basically married this poor sad sack because she wanted to help. She wanted to take care of him. Which, hey, more power to you. More power to you. But at the same time, like, that's a little concerning. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back.
Well, Caleb, to specify, was I was I guess technically I still am. I don't share any of it because I actively. It's not like published works. I'm not. It's just I took commissions to write really lewd, weird shit every so often. But I keep that separate from all of this. I say that I am because I can be that vague about it, but I keep it separate for a very good reason. Let's just say that some of the shit that I've written will get me canceled. Like, and the thing is, I didn't just do it for the money. I had a rule. And that rule was, I don't create what I'm not into. You know what I mean? Like, when it comes to, like, creation, one of my big rules is, if I myself wouldn't consume it in some fashion, if I wouldn't, if I wouldn't partake of something similar, or made by someone else, I don't want to do that. And I tended to write better and create better under that rule. So for the writing stuff that I did, I would do something similar. Welcome back. Where the idea is, if it's not something I am into, I won't write it. Knowing that, however, a lot of the things I've written probably would get me canceled. So I tend to not promote that shit with my standard VTubing shit. So yeah, I do it out of like half self-protection, half your protection. We'll put it that way. I mean, it's okay. Again, it's like it's nasty fiction. You know, it's yeah.
Now I'm gonna actually, speaking of that, I'm actually gonna ask you something. So I've told I've asked some of my friends this about this, and I want to get, you're a writer, so I want to get your input on it too.
Well,
so this is something a friend of mine brought to my attention. The short version is that, as you know, a lot of people who become writers get their start writing on Reddit or writing on other places, you know, just to get their feet in the door and basically, you know, see if people gauge people's responses to their stuff. Now, with that in mind, there's one author who I've read some of his older stuff. It's actually pretty good. Now, granted, he writes, he's a member of the Humanity Fuck Yeah forum, which is basically where you just write, like, it's
a funny title.
Yeah, it's basically around stories where humanity either helps people or it just shows off how badass humanity is. Now, but here's the point. His first story is pretty good. It's literally like, it's a pseudo isekai where a human basically comes from a world where war doesn't exist anymore. It hasn't existed for centuries, but he's a military
Say that again, you cut out.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that the world that this guy comes from is an Earth where humanity hasn't known war for centuries. But he's a military historian. And this has led to a lot of people insulting him. They call him a fascist at one point, saying that he glorifies war, when no, he just believes in studying history and learning from it. And since that world doesn't accept him, he gets brought to a kind of dark fantasy world, and basically aids what is basically the equivalent to Skaven, but not Skaven, who don't understand military tactics, and he basically becomes their strategist, basically. Good story. And it shows how someone who has this knowledge and this and these abilities quickly falls into the trap of, I'm important and I'm going to make use of that power that comes with being important. Because he goes from being a very reluctant, like, I'll help, but I'm not very good at it, to basically realizing I'm a populist figure. I have a fuck ton of power here. So I'm going to keep playing the game, but then I'm going to restructure everything because I can. Which, again, it's the trappings of what power does to somebody. Now, if that was just the case, that'd be fine. That's actually pretty cool. It's cool to see a character who falls victim to a vice like that. However, he then decided to put that story on hiatus to focus on his second one, and here's where the problem occurs. It was revealed a while back that a lot of the story he had basically gotten the idea for this story and a lot of the concepts of the story from going back and forth with an AI program. Extensively, he basically role-played scenarios with this bot that he constructed, and the chat bot would basically give him, you know, it would go back and forth. He would give the chat bot situations, the characters, and then the chat bot would come up with ideas, basically, for that situation. Now, as you can imagine, getting help is fine, but people were quick to point out, they're like, okay, but how much of this story is you, and how much of it is the bot doing all the work? And this is where the morality issue came into it. Me personally, I think that if you're just using the program to test ideas and see how well they play out, because if an AI can understand the concept, then yeah, okay, you probably got a concept you can work with. Because if the AI can't make sense of your concept, then an average person ain't gonna make sense of it either. But
that's not necessarily true, though.
Well, still. Again, I don't mind getting, running, basically having it be a kind of like, you should still be using a person, but if you want to have an AI play devil's advocate and bounce ideas back and forth, okay, I get that. But having the thing write the story for you is bullshit. And that's what people were quickly, ganging up on him about. Basically saying, okay, how much of this is your writing and how much of this is the AI? And as far as I know, he hasn't written anything new because the backlash has been enormous. And my take on it is that, again, like I just said, if this is to, brainstorm ideas, okay, fine. But if you're having this thing literally write your ideas for you and do the work for you, get the fuck out of here. You're literally just letting the robot do the work for you. You don't deserve to call yourself a writer at that point.
I guess I also come from the era of like forum stuff, because like I remember back in like I got my start in role play, you know, dialogue and shit whatever back on Gaia Online, and then eventually I was on Tumblr around the same time and did some forum role play with all that stuff, and ideally don't do any of that with AI or Chat GPT or whatever the fuck is out there, because I'll tell you this right now, that's not coming from nothing. That's not coming from what you're asking it. That's coming from it pulling shit online
other people.
And amalgamating it. Now, the thing is, of course, again, the weird question then, of course, is, and always has been here, you know, I mean, at that point, like, what makes that different from humans doing that? And the answer to that is very simple. The answer is, we're doing it by adding imagination and flair to it. You don't have that with Gen AI. It does not have an imagination because it has no mind to pull new concepts. It can't mesh them in a way that would functionally work. That isn't just theft. So I guess to an extent, it's one thing where it's like character role play with one of those. Like, I understand where people were like here, like I made like a chat bot. We've had chat bots since long before Gen AI.
Yeah.
We've been like writers and people that have been role playing with chat bots for over a decade. I remember like back then, we're like, yeah, you know, you could use like a chat bot that's like what was it, like the Google chat bot that we had like 10 years ago?
Something like that.
What was it called? I forget what that one was called.
I have no idea.
But like, it's like, that's been around. It's the problem with it comes from the fact that, like, yeah, it's the exact problem that you had, and that is how much of what you wrote came from your mind, like, thinking up ways to beef this little scenario up into a story and make plot around this interaction you had, and how much of that is the interaction itself slightly reworded so that it's not just plagiarism.
Also, I just realized. Wait, I don't mean to. I just realized. I'm glad this game wasn't made in the modern day, because Candace would have so many people making fun of her name. Like, can you imagine all the trainers going to Candace and say, again, Candace says she's hyper focused on everything. Can you imagine all the people going and making the memes about her name? Like,
that happened for a short while when BDSP came out. So I mean,
boy.
I remember seeing a few friends do that. So yeah, that still happens. I apparently, I mean, I have a relative, one of my relatives, you know, we had like a friend named Candace, and I think if I ever get to see her again, I'm gonna have to ask her, so, you know, given your name, have you gotten any of that at all? Or are you one of those ones that, like, embrace the hell out of that and use that against your friends? Because, like, truth be told, if my name were Candace, oh man, I'd abuse the hell out of it. I would absolutely weaponize that. Are you kidding me? And Candace, I think she probably would do that, just because, like, she knows it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So when you take that power away from somebody, you have no power here. Be gone.
Yeah. And of course, this just now that ties into my favorite joke ever using that word. Well, didn't think anyone was left. He said, "You must be pretty tough." Didn't think it was left. You must be pretty tough, huh, Ethan? Well, no, how'd it go? Oh yeah, now I remember. Let me back up. Because didn't think anyone was left. Not after D's, that is. You must be pretty tough. You must be pretty tough, huh, Ethan? Who the fuck is D's? Oh, you're not cultured.
You're not cultured.
Even better. Throws the thing through.
The manic way he says that is so good.
Mother Candace is gonna love you. Who's Candace? Joe Mama.
Mama.
And then crushes.
I fucking love that video. It's like, okay, I never, like, I remember when that game came out, I was watching Jacksepticeye play it for a bit. Never really watched past the bit where like you get your first like meeting moment with him.
Yeah.
Because it was like just after like you beat. I also love that I called the hell out of that. But with RE8, where spoilers for RE8, I guess if you haven't seen it or played it yet, but Dimitrescu is the first person you fight and kill.
Yep.
She's like in only like the very first like fifth of the game.
Yep.
And like I said, watch her be like all the marketing is around her because they know tall, big Hashaku Mami, you know, I get it. But she's gonna be the first thing you fight, and she will not appear anytime afterward, because that's how Resident Evil works.
Yeah, fuck you, Candace.
That is exactly what happens. So it's like, but no, like it's like I never really watched past it, because I just didn't like it. I didn't care for it. Like as a I never played Resident Evil to that point. My first RE game that I played recently was 7, because it was a good starting point, I think. And then one of my partners bought it for me. And I loved it. It was fun. I played it like twice plus the DLC. I want to get Joe's DLC because I haven't done that yet. But in that pack, I was also given RE2 Remake and RE3 Remake. I've played the fucking hell out of those. I have played RE2 Remake like 7 times in my own time after I streamed it, and then I played RE3 Remake like 8 or 9 times in my own time. And fun little factoid for everyone here. So you know that there are 2 mods that I could not be without for RE2 Remake. What mods do you think those are, Zaruk?
I have no idea. Knowing you, I have no idea.
XCOM Give It To You mod. That
Of course,
replaces
yes,
Mr.
of course.
X's with XCOM Give It To You. And Leon Maid Dress. Here's the thing, chat. I installed those 2 mods.
Okay, hold up. Hold up. People are saying stop. There's an ad playing, so hold up for a second. Why won't you die? This is her ace. Obama Snow is a monster, and I don't have any fire type moves to counter this. Ugh, why would you die? Please just.
Let me be clear. The reason why I will not die is I have a lot of big stats with defense points, and you have no fire types.
Yeah, I'm stopping.
What you need right now is you need a flying type that can hit my grass weakness, and pray that I don't kill you with blizzard or
avalanche, which is what it.
Fire. You need a fire move on your team. Fire Fang would work. I don't know why. I mean, Obama Snow is the bit. That's the
Michelle. Joker Obama. Joe Obama. Yeah.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah, Michelle.
We gotta burn down Gotham.
We need to burn down Gotham. Yeah. It's about sending a message.
I love doing that voice. It's so fun. It's about sending a message.
I swear. I'm trying to think. But yeah. So like, it's boy. So I know Morgana can take a hit from him, from Avalanche. She can't take a hit from Woodhammer.
What you need to know, okay, Miss Magius will outspeed it.
Yeah, I know.
She's faster.
Yeah.
But if she's too weak to withstand hail, what are your healing items right now?
Super hyper potions, that kind of stuff.
Send out voltage. Use a hyper potion on Morgana. And attack with voltage until it can't anymore. Now, the thing is, I don't understand why Luxray is a slow Pokemon. It's a fucking, lion panther that's electric type. Why is it slow? Probably for balancing, whatever. So, the idea here is Avalanche will not hit very hard because the way Avalanche works is if you attack it first, it does twice the damage.
Got it.
But if you do attack it right now with anything, you use Bite. It'll kill it with Bite. I only really said Bite because then the Fang has lower accuracy. But, yeah, so you've healed up your primary ace.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many Pokemon she has left.
2.
I think she has
2.
4 Pokemon, and you've taken out 2 so far.
Okay. Oh god, not Piloswine.
Well, that could be a problem. That's probably an issue now. My thing here, yeah, stick with voltage at the moment and try and weaken it a little bit with what you have with bite, because it's the only thing that's gonna hit.
Yeah.
It's ground and ice type.
Oh god, and there's earthquake.
Yeah. But it can't hit you with earthquake with Morgana because of levitate.
Yeah.
However, it probably still has blizzard and or ice beam.
Yeah.
And it's also hailing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Luxray is supposed to be a lynx. Lynxes don't have long tails.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, but like, I mean, because like it's evolution. You can have like one species become a new species of cat. But at the same time, but like, yeah, it is... That is an issue.
Trying to think what to do here.
Power Gem will only hit neutral because it's ice and ground. I think ground resists rock. So ideally, you'd hit it with a stab move. Use Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball will be the strongest thing you have at the moment because it's the only thing that will hit neutral, but is also stab, so it gets increased by 50%.
What is stab?
Stab is same type attack bonus.
Okay.
So for example, because it's a ghost type move, and Morgana is a ghost type, its base attack stat will increase by 50%.
You!
Yeah, that's gym leaders for you. Yep. But because she does that, she now threw 2 whole attacks. You now get to attack her twice.
I might need to heal though, because
yeah, you're probably gonna have to. However, Morgana should be able to take 1 more Stone Edge. So ideally what you do is you would attack with Shadow Ball again, and bait out another full restore if she has it, because I think Morgana will be able to survive Stone Edge if it hits.
okay.
Stone Edge has like 75% accuracy, so I say risk it for the biscuit and hit it with Shadow Ball again.
Come on, please kill. Got it. Phew.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, you hit good numbers on that then. Do you have any revives?
Yes.
How many?
Oh god, no!
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there is a possibility you can beat that, because Frostlass is a ghost type. Miss Magia should be faster. However,
Yeah.
no, wait. Yeah, no, Voltage would probably be the smartest idea, because it's also an ice type, and... No, I mean, actually, Bingle would also help, because it's a water type and it can resist. But, ooh. Oh yeah, it's hailing right now, so Blizzard's a guarantee hit. That's gonna kill Morgana.
Yep.
Okay, so the second what you do now is you bring out your second Pokemon and you... No, you know what? Smart idea is revive Bingle first.
Okay. Hang on.
Because, assuming that she knows Shadow Ball, which I'm sure she probably does, or alternatively, I mean, again, like, the hard part now is that because it's hailing, as well as...
Jesus, wait, how many... Doesn't Blizzard only have, like, 5 uses?
It does. So, you could attempt to bait that, but... Again, you're going to be dealing with Shadow Ball, which will hit neutral on everything else except Miss Magius, which will kill it. Because she's also, like, 4 levels higher than you are. Gen 4 went hard, man. Like,
yeah, no kidding.
It's one of the gens where people begin actively struggling with the games, because once you get to Cynthia, she fucks you up.
Yeah, there's the Shadow Ball.
Like, she is, yeah. So she knows, I think she figured out what you're trying to do, because again, the AI will know that, I was hoping that Bingle would probably survive that, but I guess not. Okay, so then at that point, what you want to do is you probably want to bait out her using Blizzard.
I'm gonna run out of revives at this rate.
Yeah, you will. So revive Morgana, and pray that either something misses.
There's a Blizzard. That's 3.
Yeah. Because I don't think Morgana's gonna be able. You might have lost this fight, Saruk, because you're gonna be struggling to try and keep one person alive. But I don't think, unless you get a miracle crit with Morgana, you're not surviving this Frostlass. So you know what? Risk it. Slap it with Shadow Ball. See who's faster.
Hang on.
And then,
yeah.
If you try and heal her, Shadow Ball's gonna kill you.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Well, let's see who's faster then. So
stab plus super effective on.
She's faster than me.
That's,
she's faster
yeah,
than me.
Yeah, because she's higher level. Yeah, that's about right. She uses Blizzard, didn't even use Shadow Ball.
Oh,
ouch!
I lived. I lived.
Oh
bitch.
my god! Holy shit! Wow. Okay.
Come on. Come on. Fuck yeah! That's my girl.
Oh my god! Wow.
That's
look at
my
that.
girl.
Look at that. Look at fucking that.
That's my
3
girl.
HP. Not even a miracle crit. Y'all, yeah, damn. Okay, there you go.
No,
then.
she's just that strong. That's my girl.
Fucking damn. Yeah, because Frostlass was her ace, because Frostlass is also, like, introduced in this gen.
Mm-hmm.
You ever realize Glalie kind of sucks? Here's a Frostlass instead. It's like, oh yeah! I love Frostlass. One of my favorite ghost Pokemon, honestly. I like the story of the Yuki Onna.
Morgana being her. Like, yeah.
You know, okay, you know what I'm gonna do now, though? I'm gonna be rude here. Hold on.
What?
Let's give it a second. Alright, there we go.
What
I'm gonna be a little bit rude now. I have an adoptable Frostlass that I got a while back.
Oh, okay. Alright, be that person. As one of my friends would say, be that bitch.
I totally am that bitch, yes. Alternatively, I could do something else. Hold on. I have like a lot of like Pokemon adopts that I got.
I'm with Lich King. I am she.
Here.
Morgana
Morgana
like barely floating there. It's so sad.
I'll warm you up instead.
Yeah. It's so sad Steve Jobs died of Ligma. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Ligma balls. just Shadow Ball.
Here, I'll use this instead.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's a cool design.
It's a Hisuian Typhlosion Lucario fusion.
Yeah, that's cool.
I named her Tifa, spelled Typha.
Oh, like Tifa, but Tifa.
Yeah, but it's pronounced Tifa because like it's like Typhlosion, but like Tifa sounded cute because yeah. But yeah, it was like an adopt that I got for super cheap, and it's one of my I gave it an entire like I think I gave her an entire fucking stat spread actually. I like doing that every so often.
I really hope I'll have to go back. I don't know if anyone did it. I'll have to go back after this and clip that of Morgana tanking that hit and one-shotting Candace's ace.
That was pretty fucking awesome, honestly. Well fucking done.
Yeah. Blows up pancakes with mind. My fucking pancakes.
There's gonna be a point where you've gotta get like a fucking picture of the Lifts pizza with psychic power bit
with Morgana,
and then you have yourself doing the fucking Wojak pointing meme.
I cast these hands.
Muscle Miss Magius.
I mean, she's probably swole as fuck. She just doesn't show it. Because remember, Miss Magius is a ghost. It doesn't have a body. She can change her body.
Cartoon logic just like blows on thumb, gets uber buff, and just punches someone's lights out.
I mean, she probably could. I mean, my whole headcanon about it is that she can basically, she can change her body to whatever form she likes. I'll have to show you her reference later. But she can basically change her form to whatever she likes or wants. And like one thing she can do is like she can drape herself over a statue or something like that to give herself that kind of proportion. So she mainly does that to scare the fuck out of people, obviously. But yeah, no, she has no body, so like you can't really like insult her or anything because she's literally like, I don't have a body to make fun of. So, meh. Anyway.
Huh, I guess I fucking didn't write those down in our own file. Well, that's obnoxious. God damn it! Why did I not do this?
Crossbreed an Alakazam with a Machamp. Call it shit
I
muscle
think
wizard.
the idea was, I'm trying to remember. I believe Tifa is a ghost fighting type that has an ability. I think I call it Flaming Soul, where it gets stab off of fire moves, and one of its moves is fire type that hits neutral on water types.
Huh, I can see that.
I like making weird, complex contingency Pokemon. You know what I mean? I have like a bunch of like various like different like Pokemon ideas that I have saved down. I have like an Anubis style that's like a pseudo Lucario-esque one. I have one called fucking open Zilagos that was written and created for a Pokemon thing that was meant to be, again, for one of my other, like, old RP worldscape writing ideas.
Oh, wait, speaking of that,
Zilagos...
yeah, that reminds me. Are you excited about Lagiacrus coming to Wilds?
I have no interest in Wilds. I'm sad that it took this long to get Lagiacrus back.
Well, I've got some bad news, I'm afraid, because I don't know if things are going to be going well for Wilds, because right now on Steam, the reviews are not good because people have been actively pointing out game's still not optimized. It's still busted.
Well, because it's clear that like the reason why Rise runs so well is because it's a fucking Switch port, and it for the base Switch, like it's one of the reasons why it runs as good as it does is because it doesn't need to have like all that extra shit. And it's like, because Wilds is an extension of World, and if it's built on the same general coding stuff, that's the reason why it's broken. Was because World was fundamentally just not well put together.
Yeah.
And the problem then is also that I believe Wilds has 2 separate DRMs that are fighting each other.
Yep.
And that doesn't help. And it's one of Capcom's own in-house ones. And Capcom is not good with computer games. Like, they make console games. Turns out that porting that shit to computers, or developing it at the same time as a computer variant,
it's hard.
A PC variant is not easy to do, as it turns out. So, yeah, it's very unfortunate. But also, I mean, just like, I was just looking at it, I don't care for the realistic style of it. Like, I know that that's, like, divisive, but I'm like, I never was into that for World either. Like, World, I played World more than I have Rise in terms of raw hours on Steam. But that's also because I had a lot of friends who played it actively, and it had more lifetime than Rise did for a bit. Let me see. On Steam, Monster Hunter World, I have 615 hours in. Whereas for Rise, I have 350 hours. But here's the thing. I also bought Rise on my Switch when it first came out, so I could understand the game. So that way, when it got to PC, I could play it better.
It's not just that. It's not just that too. It's also the fact that people have been pointing out that the other big issue is that Wilds has like no content at all.
Yeah.
The game is still
World didn't either.
Yeah. So, and the problem is that like, despite the fact that the community is screaming at Capcom, basically telling them optimize the fucking game, that's the problem with it. Capcom isn't listening, and they'd rather do like anything else rather than optimize the game. And it's bad because it's like I've been telling, like I told someone, I'm like, mark my words, if they don't fix this, people will leave and they'll either just dump this or they'll go back and play the older games, and here's the problem. At the end of the day, biggest issue is that this was the chance to bring a bunch of new people into Monster Hunter, and you fucked that up. So, not good. Because this was the chance for Monster Hunter to fully step beyond a niche franchise, and you ruined it. So.
Oh, no, I think that's the problem though. Like, I think Monster Hunter is better as a niche franchise.
I agree.
Like, I think it's better that way because that way you don't have like too many people going down your throat to make it like for general audiences.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does that mean that it would benefit from like the more like optimization? Because like I remember when World came out, every fucking elitist was like, "You can live while drinking potions now." But it's one of those things where it's like.
I mean, my whole
needed to happen like 10 years prior.
Yeah, my whole point of view on moving while drinking potions is I'm like, yeah, no, if I'm literally in the middle of a fight, I'm not going to stand there and let the thing look at me while I'm healing and then take a minute to flex. No, I'm literally just I'm gonna chug the damn thing, toss the container aside and be like, all right, back to the action. I'll pick up the container later.
the problem with it too is that it's like people have been doing that since fucking 4 Ultimate though. Like I remember when I got 4 Ultimate, which was my very first Monster Hunter game for my 3DS. My power went out for like a week during and then that game arrived the first day that happened.
Yeah.
This is back in 2014, so we didn't really have, no one in the house had like their own dedicated smartphone or hotspot shit yet, so I was without internet completely. It was very spotty. And, so like, I was playing that game all fucking week during like a mild heat wave in the middle of summer. And that took me back to like the days where I would sit on my porch and play Kirby's Dream Land all fucking day. So by the time that my power come back and all my friends had gotten their copy of it, I was already at G rank. Because I was playing it constantly, and I was wearing like high-end Kieran gear. And I was called Kieran Mom for the longest time. But when I got all the power back, and I began looking at everyone who's playing the game, I began looking at everyone online's take about the game, I saw that people were throwing hissy fits about Insect Glaive and Charge Blade specifically, the 2 new weapons introduced, for reasons that were fucking hilarious. The first, Insect Glaive is baby mode because of the new toppling mechanic. Ban anyone who uses that in your lobby. And then for Charge Blade does Hammer's job better. Ban anybody who uses it because it's baby mode. Because, yeah, for a while, Charge Blade was fuck busted in that it did a fuck ton of part break damage. More so than Hammers did. You could break an entire fucking monster's, like, breakables in a single hit if you were built right. And I did. And it was pretty fucking wild. But people were, like, kicking people from lobbies because they were using the Glaive or Charge Blade? Y'all need to get a life!
Yeah, y'all need
and
to
I'm
calm
a
down.
meat who doesn't leave her fucking basement.
Yeah.
That's sad!
The other thing is that I think one of the things that's always been frustrating to me about Monster Hunter is that there's so much lore. Aside from what you can learn on your own, there's so much lore in Monster Hunter that they
the ecology by itself is fucking vast.
But the thing is that, let me give you an example. In the world of Monster Hunter, if you see let me put it this way. I didn't know this till Joe Cat mentioned it in a Twitch clip. So, if you see the guild members with like the red hats and the red coverings, like, the red, like Renaissance looking things, if you see them, that means 2 things. Either A, someone's about to get fucked up, or B, you're about to get fucked up. Because for those who don't know, those like big red hats with a very like Renaissance knight kind of musketeer look, those are the guild hunters. They hunt monster hunters who break the guild's rules. They literally exist for one purpose: to find guild members or hunters who have broken the code and kill them. That is literally their job. So when they show up, they're dressed to the nines. They're not there to stay hidden. They are there to say, we are coming for your ass. And you better not be the person we're looking for. That's why he goes like, either A, someone's about to get fucked up, or you're about to get fucked up. So, again...
I do also love the idea of, like, you are, like, one of the most skilled hunters in the land. This group is built to hunt
kill
you down and kill you.
Yeah.
Meaning, if you can kill the end god dragon with, like, little effort after a certain level of time...
Thank you for the care package.
These guys can do that in their sleep while paralyzed.
Yep, basically. And there aren't many of them like that go on missions, but they don't need that many. According to according to the lore and everything, according to the lore, if they need to apparently the lore says that if they need to track down like a team of hunters, at best, they'll send 1, maybe 2. So that means that again, 1 or 2 of these guys is enough to take on a team of 4 by themselves. They can handle it. And again, they, as Joe Cat described it, if you see them, it's because they want to be seen. And if they're going after a hunter, they're not going to sneak up on you. They're just going to show up because they want you to know, hey, dumbass, we're looking for you. So you've crossed the line too many times.
The real question is, like, beyond the idea of, because, like, I know, because, like, the hunting guild specifically said that we don't extinct these creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the lore for Monster Hunter in general is the ones you were hunting down are causing problems because they were pushed out of their environment,
Hey, Mouse, thank you for subbing, bud. I appreciate it.
Becoming incredibly aggressive because they're not where they're supposed to be, or something's wrong and something's happening, or they're really fucking horny and need to be taken down because they're causing problems for everyone else.
Yep.
Like Mizutsune. The reason why all the Mizutsune we fight are male is because it's during mating season.
It's mating
and they're all pissed
season.
off, allegedly. However, then you have Soul Seer Mizutsune, which is one of the beliefs was that Soul Seer and Violet Mizutsune are female because their colors are duller and they use different tactics when they fight. And that tracks because the lore of Mizutsune was only the males are vibrantly pink and vanilla cream colored.
Yeah, Soul Seer is like an
Females
old
are
is
very
Soul
different color
yeah,
and
Soul Seer
color.
Soul Seer is supposed to be like an old matriarch, basically.
Yes.
Who's been around the block quite a few times.
And is also functionally blind.
Yep.
So that's also why she can only see you when the bubbles touch you.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happens,
Yeah.
you get full comboed harder than the Chun-Li block.
As one of my friends said, touch the bubble, you're gonna have a bad time. Followed by the da 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 da. Because again, Soul Seer gets that burning blue eye when it spots you.
Black Rock shooter, fucking eye flame. But it's one of those cases where it's like the guild exists specifically to prevent you from overhunting.
Yeah.
Because it turns out that these monsters, apparently the lore that Wilds has dropped is that monsters as we know them are also like freaks.
Mm-hmm.
Most monsters we end up fighting aren't supposed to be as big as they are, nor as aggressive as they tend to get.
Yep.
And the reason why is for their own natural state of culling.
Yep.
Where it's like, we're not needed. If we weren't around, that would be fine. Because
Yep.
monsters evolve to get that big to fight other shit that ruins their territory.
Mm-hmm.
But when they get that big and have nothing else to fight, well, they begin causing problems. So that's why we exist.
Or you could be like the pickle, who will devour an entire ecosystem if it's not stopped. So
That's because it's fucking hungry.
yeah. Yay, it's hatching. Finally.
But
About
yeah,
damn
the
time.
general idea, it's fucking wild how a lot of this stuff. Oh, nice, a Riolu, hell yeah. It's like the lore for Monster Hunter is crazy.
Oh, 1 second. So
And
I don't mean to cut you off. I made a promise to someone. I haven't seen him recently. It's been a month actually, but I promised that when we got to this point, we would name the Lucario after the member of the community. So there he is. Also, there's another thing. Okay. Now you're probably gonna like. I don't know if you're gonna agree with me on this or not. I hope you do, but it's worth bringing up. Okay. Here's the thing. I haven't played Wilds for a while now. I'm not going to until they fix that shit. They probably never will.
Fair.
But here's the thing. One thing that grinds my gears is the fact that for the longest time, Capcom stood from the highest pillar, ranting and screaming, saying, the Equal Dragon weapon's not canon. It's never gonna be canon. And then the motherfucking final boss of the story is literally the Equal Dragon weapon, just biological. Like, don't give me that bullshit. You asshole.
Well, I guess by that point, because like I've been told this. Like I've heard the general like end point of the game is that like it turns out that the vast majority of monsters are also fucking genetic hybrids that were created by like it was literally why Fatalis wiped out Wyveria was because it caught wind of experimentation.
Yeah.
It's literally the plot of Zoids.
Yeah.
That's why the Death Sword did what it fucking did.
It's also the
It was an amalgamation that
Yep.
went ballistic and killed everybody.
It's also the plot of the original Equal Dragon weapon. Is that the Equal Dragon weapon was basically an amalgamation through, malicious and cruel science, taking the part of other monsters to put it together. And since that crosses the line of, keeping the balance between nature, the big dragon, shows up and decides, fuck you, and wipes everything out.
And then I guess here's the thing with that, though, because if I recall correctly as well, the Equal Dragon weapon was made as a weapon against other monsters.
It was a yes, it was. Mostly
This one that
mostly
we get
elder
in the
dragons.
game is not that. It is just an experimentation to see what they could get away with, which is much worse, in my personal opinion.
And so,
Like and that's actually no. I don't actually think making a weapon is worse because like at that point you intend to do horrible things with it.
yeah.
Whereas when you do it just for scientific experimentation, at that point it's Jurassic Park.
Yeah, and
Or
the
the
problem
movie
and the
Jurassic
thing
Park,
about and the
at
thing
least.
about Saphojiva, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Is it Saphojiva? Whatever. The
Well,
point is
Xeno'jiva was the baby iteration where it came out. It looked like all like transparent, and it
Yeah.
was the death energy of all the things.
yeah, it's drinking
combined
it's
into
drinking
a
the
brand new
like the
creature.
wyvern milk, the wilk. It's wyvern milk. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it was doing that, but because like I think that was before that became a thing. So
Yeah.
I gotta say they every time a new Monster Hunter comes out, I look not for the big cool dragon. I look for the where's the kink in this,
Mm-hmm.
because you know for a fact they have a dedicated kinkster on their team
Oh,
in that
most
they
definitely.
keep giving in an inflation monster or a vor monster, sometimes both in one. Because we get Yamasukami, we get Zamtrios, we get Tetranodon, we get Nibblesnarf, we get so many fucking monsters that have a very specific, and then you get Kangalala, and I'm so glad that monster is back because that
Mhm.
made me happy. I love that monster. It is the
Yeah.
dumbest fucking thing in the world, and I
But
love
back
it.
on my topic of why I'm so pissed off about all that, it's the fact that for them to basically say, "Oh, yeah,
Mhm.
this cool concept that you guys have been asking for 20 plus years, yeah, we're just going to ignore that and we're just going to make up our own reason for it to exist." And my problem is that, look, here's the thing. The whole, like, I get it. I think it's, I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, but it's that really cool character moment where it's like, by my own order, shut up. Just shut the fuck up about the order thing. I already hate wilds because of the whole thing. Like, I give you permission to do that. Shut the fuck up. I can't stand that. With a passion, I despise that. I do not need some little assistant riding around with me who can't even fucking fight telling me you don't have permission to do this. Shut up. I'm sorry. The fact that the other games respected you enough as a guild hunter to say, "Here's the assignment, hunter. Go handle it. We believe in you." But no, I have to have a chaperone, someone who can't even fucking fight. Like, I'm sorry. That's a literal equivalent of sticking a soldier with a child and saying the child gives the orders. No, hold on. I'm gonna say it right
I
now.
didn't know this.
Yeah, if I existed in that game's universe, I would make sure she got kicked off and fed to the nearest monster. And I could just come back and say, "Yeah, no, she didn't make it back. You shouldn't have sent someone who didn't know how to defend herself out on a mission." Like, and if they say, "Why didn't you protect her?" I'd be like, "That's not my fucking job. My job is to hunt monsters, not to play babysitter." So, no. But here's so I don't give a shit about the whole order system. I don't care.
I cannot believe they other M'd Monster Hunter.
Yeah, and
That's
so-
fucking wild.
Yeah,
to me.
so, all right.
No pun intended.
Yeah, so here's where my issue comes in with Saphojiva. It's the fact that the whole thing about the equal... Oh, hang on. Hey, Crimson Phoenix, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, Guardian of the Forest of Memories. This is my friend Nile. I'm playing Pokemon Platinum today. How y'all doing? You have caught me in the middle of a rant about Monster Hunter Wild, so I apologize. Thank y'all for raiding, because now I can make sure I can tone the anger down a little bit. So thank y'all. Anyway, here's my point. With Saphojiva, the entire thing about the Equal Dragon weapon is that it was meant to show what happened when mankind went too far. It was a sign that it was abusing nature to make an amalgamation biomechanical monster that was neither that was neither biological or not organic, not cybernetic. It was a mix of both. Or sorry, you know what I mean. It's a mix of everything. And it was basically Wyverians playing God, which is a big no-no in the series. And the cool thing about the Equal Dragon weapon was the concept that you, as the hunter, stand against this sin, stand against this violation of the balance of nature and say, "No, I won't stand for this. The world won't stand for it. Time to bury the sins of our fathers." That's a cool-ass concept. That's an amazing concept. because now you are literally fighting against the thing that was made to kill. Remember, almost all the monsters you fight against in Monster Hunter are just living their lives. Maybe they're out of control for some reason or another, but it's still nature at play. The Equal Dragon weapon was created to kill. That's its only purpose. It has no other purpose. Kill is its only mindset. Kill is its only natural objective. That is a blatant spit in the face of what Monster Hunter's all about. We fight to maintain the balance. We only hunt to keep the balance. One does not hunt to kill. So fighting the Equal Dragon weapon is basically giving 2 middle fingers to the ancient Wavarian culture and saying, your time has passed, we don't do that anymore. And I'm gonna kill your greatest creation to show that we're better than that. But with Safajiva, now it's just, it's some poor, mentally traumatized experiment that's been here for God knows how long, and you're basically putting down a rabid animal. I'm sorry, that misses the whole fucking point. And the fact that it comes off as like, by my own order, I will slay Safajiva. Okay, except I would have done it anyway. The guild would have let you do it anyway, because it's literally a rampage. It has no mental state. It is so degraded at this point that it's a wild, feral animal that is literally more powerful than anything else around. No shit, the guild would have sent you after it. So
The crisis monster.
yeah, it takes away from what the essence of the Equal Dragon weapon was. The Equal Dragon weapon was the essence of mankind breaking the balance for power, and you stepping in to say, we don't need to do that. We're better than that.
And here's where I'm also gonna get into like I'm not gonna say in their defense, but I will also say at the same time, as far as I know, that was never actually fully canonized anyway. It was never truly. It was pseudo canon in that it was brought up as a potential concept and an idea. But the thing is that Monster Hunter Deep Lore only went as far as each individual game with the creatures themselves, as far as I know. And then when they brought in concepts from like a manga or something, it was a test bed to see what they thought would stick. So as far as I know, the Equal Dragon weapon was never originally meant to be canon. It was a test concept.
It was, but the point...
And what we got as an idea was also so exaggerated to the point that it's like, I guess to an idea, Capcom wanted to refine it. Because like, I know what I would do when I go back and like make like turbo monster shit in like stories and whatnot. I'll redo it every few months or so while I'm like playing with it in my head to like try and make it a little bit more sensible for what the general concept is. Personally, the biomechanical turbo weapon idea is absurd. It makes sense, but it is absurd in what the Wyverians wanted to do. Having, however, this new Jurassic Park concept, however, also strikes me as just as fucked up. But at the same time, it's more hubris-inducing. It seems more in line with why Fatalis would give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that point, you have now broken new light and justified what Fatalis did. Because, see, when you make it in terms of, like, we're making this thing as something to defeat the evil Fatalis, versus Fatalis nuked us off of the planet because it saw what we did and did not like that. You've now justified Fatalis, making it so the most badass monster to exist is totally valid for what it's doing. And is just as monstrous still, but is now also it is now literally the Godzilla of the series. It saw what you've done, and it's gonna wipe you out with your hubris.
Yeah.
Now, I personally have no feeling one way or another about the whole equal dragon weapon thing. I never truly cared, honestly. Because I'm just in it for, like, what cool monster of the day is going to be introduced, and will I like it or not?
Mm-hmm.
Introducing that big turbo mega boss is just icing on the cake, I guess, at that point. And to be perfectly honest, never been one for the icing on a cake. I just like a good cake. I like crumb cakes. I like the ones without icing, honestly. So I like it when it's like a pastry more than a dessert, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
But I get I get it though. You're right in that what you are now being given an official version of this pseudo canon that originally wasn't meant to be canon. But what you're getting is ideally not as cool, but it does also make more sense in my personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I fully get it. Believe me, I do.
Yeah, the other problem is that, the other problem behind it is that ever since Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, it's been shown that Capcom is capable of making these stories where the monsters have a personal connection. Like, actually, no, since 3 Ultimate and Tri, they're capable of making a game where the monsters have some kind of direct connection to you. In Tri and 3 Ultimate, first it was the Gaia Chris who showed up in the tutorial, and then it was Deus, who was going to sink the whole damn island if you didn't do something about it. You were basically fighting a water god. With 4 Ultimate, we know it was personal because that Gore Magala turned into Shigaru Magala and knew and recognized your ass.
The Shigaru cutscene in 4 Ultimate is so fucking good.
Yeah,
because it turns to you and just like that. You know how cats will like walk around something to like size it up?
Yeah.
They modeled that monster after the movements of cats, like big ones. And it does that. It's making direct eye contact at you as it's walking into position.
Yep.
And then it gets into position, flies up, and gives a full threat display to show you, I am the god here.
Yep.
You and I are gonna fight to the fucking death now, and I don't like you. So get ready to die. You have a rock that will break halfway through this fight. Good fucking luck.
Yeah, and
I love that cutscene. It's really good.
The thing about Shigaru Magala is that up to that point, all the Gore Magala story fights that you've had are the same Gore Magala. You beat up on it every time you fight it, and then we get to see a cutscene of it starting to molt and transform into Shigaru Magala. Now here's the thing. It should be noted that in the lore for Monster Hunter, if Gore Magalas are stressed or are unable, or have something happen to them and they're not able to molt properly, they turn into those twisted forms of Shigaru Magala, where they're like half Gore Magala, half Shigaru Magala. They're like
Chaos Gore Magala. Yeah, they are
are
literally being ripped apart from the inside out from their own power because their body cannot take the strain of their own abilities.
Meaning that the Gore Magala you defeated is literally transforming because it is so goddamn angry at you that it is willing, like, it's literally keeping control of its transformation because it's focused on one thing: you. It wants revenge against you. And when you do finally confront it, the odds are terrifying because they tell you, when you get to the sealed area, they tell you, look, this is the one shot we get. If you don't do this, whatever this thing is that's spreading the virus everywhere, it will get out and it will spread the virus everywhere. There is no cure yet. The frenzy... hold on. Say again.
I was just gonna say that, like, the most interesting aspect, though, is that they already knew about Shigaru Magala because of the old stories.
Yeah.
They didn't know what Gore Magala was.
Yeah.
It's a juvenile state of that monster, so when it shows up, no one's ever seen one of those before.
And now...
So, now it's like you're being revealed, this monster is entropy incarnate. It is a death god. It exists to decay landscapes by merely existing. Its presence spreads this virus that not only makes monsters go insane, but it decays them like zombies in real time. And if anything is strong enough to fight off this virus, it now becomes a harbinger and spreader of this as bad, if not worse, than a Shigaru because it has no actual control over it.
And it can
come in and out of its rage, yes, but it can't stop spreading it.
And it gets even worse. Because the thing is, that virus affects humans and Wyverians differently. With humans, with like hunters especially, it literally shuts down your immune system. It is literally shown in game. The hunters are different, but it is established in the game that anyone affected with the frenzy virus, they don't suffer like the insanity or the frenzy effects. No, the virus is like a form of AIDS. It literally shuts down your immune system. People are literally dying from simple injuries and simple diseases because their natural healing ability, their immune systems are not working. And the guild is working on an antidote and a vaccine, but they need time. And they tell you as much when you go to fight Shigaru. They're like, if you don't do this, we're all doomed because the guild doesn't have a vaccine ready. This thing will get out. It will spread the virus everywhere. Every monster will start spreading the virus, and any hunters we have who aren't infected will not be able to stop this. Like, this will be a literal viral apocalypse, basically. So, not only is it the fate of the world, but also, it's personal. Because again, like Nile said, that Shigaru recognizes you. It transformed to fight you. That fight is literally, you fight for the sake of the world, and to end this curse and this virus, while this thing wants revenge because you've been beating the shit out of it ever since you first met. So it's a very personal fight. And when Shigaru Magala finally dies, this is what the guild needed. Because the guild is then able to go in, use parts of Magala to make Shigaru to make a vaccine, and now it's possible for people to survive. Granted, the virus can still spread. Because, well, like Nile said, any monster that catches it becomes a carrier. And eventually...
That's how they become apex monsters.
Oh,
and the original design, the original name for it, which is why I look at apex monsters and fucking Rise and go, that's not an apex.
Yep. Oh,
that's the big angry one. That's
and there's
and pissed off. That's fucking Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino.
And there's one other thing. See, a monster can be carrying the virus, and the monster might not even never know. That's why sometimes when you're fighting a monster on a quest, the monster will just flop over dead, and you're wondering, wait, what the fuck just happened? Well, that would be the virus killing the monster and now reanimating it and bringing it back. And now the monster...
Yeah, it's horrifying that it can do that.
Yeah, and now the monster is frenzied. It's basically, in a weird way, it's almost like a viral form of cordyceps. Because now the monster is alive again, but fully feral, attacking everything. It's even more powerful than before. And anything it bites, scratches, or hurts will spread the virus to it too. So, yeah, no, it's literally a viral apocalypse if it's not dealt with. And people have pointed out, they're like, well, wait, Gore Magala's in the other games. Yeah, because the guild has a vaccine now. Like, they established that. The guild's got a vaccine after you stop Shigaru. So, again, Monster Hunter can make stories where the monster is tied to the character. With Rise, I personally think, like, what's its name? Like, Magnamalo? I honestly think Magnamalo is so fucking dumb. I'm sorry, he's so disappointing as a flagship.
That's a fucking shame. That he is literally my favorite fucking monster in Rise.
Look, I like him, but I think
he's a cool Oni tiger that has like ghostly death gas. That's fucking awesome.
And then we have like, what are the dragons called?
Ibushi and Narwa.
Yeah, who just come the fuck out of nowhere.
They didn't come from nowhere. They were the ones causing the rampages.
Yeah, I know, but were we ever given information about we know from the cutscenes that they're like, yeah, something is causing the rampages, but like we never really the only way you find out about Ibushi and Narwa is like through the oncology reports, where like you read about what they are and where they come from. Oh yeah, and the fact that they can control Wyverians, which is terrifying.
They can control specific ones.
Like the twins.
The reason why Hinoa and Minato were were able to resonate with them so thoroughly was because they're also, like, functionally shrine maidens. They are, like, I think, like, every major village has, like, an elder variant, and then they have, like, the ones that are able to detect this stuff, because that's kind of what, I guess to an extent, that's what they're meant to do. Like, through their ability to detect this stuff, they can tell you if something significant's about to happen, which gives the hunters much more time to respond.
Yep.
But Ibushi and Narwa, being functionally elder dragons that are meant to influence them specifically like that, well, yeah, that's pretty important. And then MamaNile was like the harbinger of this. It's like an Absol, where like it caught wind of this and it's now showing up to try and stop the rampage itself. You got in its way, it's gonna fight you, and now that you defeated it, you have to go take care of these things. So when you do, it shows up to help.
Yep, which is still a cool scene. I'll give it that.
That was a fucking awesome scene. And then that shit happens again.
Yep.
In Sunbreak.
Yeah, and it should be mentioned that, like,
oh my god.
The other thing about it that's cool to me is the fact that, again, while I could sit here and bitch about how the rampage mode is not very well implemented,
I hated that system.
yeah, it's
but, like,
not very fun.
The gameplay of it sucked, but like on paper, it's like, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, on paper, it's a good idea.
Like, it's
yeah.
I think it's because like they were trying really hard to think of like how do we get like give like a good way to interpret like how this is gonna work. It's like, I mean, you could just not do that. A tower defense variant's not very good.
No.
It's like, no.
So, but with that being the case, I mean, afterwards, like, we get to take on some really cool stuff in Rise and in Sunbreak. We fight Amatsu, which is like the embodiment of the weather, which,
Amatsu Magatsuchi was also a monster that had never really been brought to the West until like really late G rank / really late high rank in Gen. And even then it had no story. It was just there to fight.
But now,
so seeing her brought back and given like actual reign over something, I'm like, yeah, because like a lot of us were like, Ibushi and Narwa share a monster skeleton with that like game wise, like it's the same structure.
Yeah.
If they don't bring Amatsu Magatsuchi back, people are gonna get a little upset about that. And having that brought back in the coolest fucking way for a game that never got brought to the West. People got very happy.
And as for people who don't know how powerful Amatsu is, well, wherever it shows up, it starts summoning a fucking hurricane. So that's concerning.
Its mere presence is able to summon hurricanes that can terraform the entire region.
Yeah.
It's like Ghidorah in the King of the Monsters movie from 2019. Its mere presence can completely alter the entire existence of that region via storm.
Which is why it's so cool.
It is the storm god. She is the storm that is approaching.
Which is why it's so cool when Master Isushi shows up with an Apex Zenogre like, hey, Ace, I brought some help with me.
Brings in an Apex Zenogre to settle the score from Portable.
Yeah, and the Apex Zenogre literally just sinks its teeth into Amatsu's neck. Which is, like, really fun to see.
Fucking because like I never played the game, but I knew all about that. So when that happened, I fucking freaked. That was awesome.
And yes, there have been people saying, why is Zenogre not in Wilds? I can tell you why. Because Zenogre 1 was #1 in the most popular monster choice. And
it's one of the most popular monsters.
Yeah, and the thing is, Capcom has this weird thing where like they want to make sure that they take their sweet-ass time doing it, but they want monsters to get, you know, good, proper representation. And given that Zenogre's been in almost every game for a while, they're probably benching him so they can bring in others. Now, granted,
God, I hate World. Like, I don't really care for World very much, but can I just say that when we got the whole, like, G-Rank shit and they brought Zenogre back, can I just say the cutscene where Zenogre shows up is fucking awesome?
Yeah, for those who don't know...
Bro just strolls on up. Diablos and Rathalos are fucking fighting each other like mad. Like mom and dad are fighting. Zenogre comes down, walks past you in, like, breathing distance, shoots a glance at you like,
I'll deal with you in a minute.
I
it's-
got this.
Yeah, it's literally...
I'll deal with you in a second, buddy.
It's the literal
and
embodiment...
then beats the shit out of the two.
Yeah, it's
like, that's
when- yeah.
awesome.
When Zenogre, the sign that's the early sign that Zenogre showing up is that you can see the thunderbugs flying around, and then like you notice them, Diablos notices them, and so does Rathalos. When Zenogre comes strolling, and I mean strolling, it literally just walks out. It doesn't have to run.
Bro pulls a fucking Mr. X on you. Bro
Yeah.
just walks up.
Yeah, he walks.
Fucking muscles flexed.
Yeah.
Dead-eye glance goes, yo, what's up?
Yeah, it walks. It's focused on Diablos and Rathalos, and like Nile says, it gets within breathing distance of you. One like turns its eye to glance at you with an expression that says, "I will deal with you in a minute," and then it goes and bodies Diablos and Rathalos, and then and only then does it turn its attention back to you.
I want to get bred by a Zenogre so badly. That shit, I'm not gonna... Okay, Zaruk, I'm not gonna lie to you. That cutscene had me tremble.
I mean, it's Zenogre's
That
literally...
was so
Zenogre
cool.
is... The thing about Zenogre in the lore and, like, the oncology report, Zenogre is basically an questionably honorable monster. Because it doesn't... like, it literally says that Zenogre will fight things that are equal to it or greater in ability, but if it sees something lesser than it, it will not fight it unless it's a one-on-one fight. Like it doesn't.
It's very much like a predator and like a Yautja. Like it's like it's got this system where it's like, I'm not gonna fuck with you if I know I can body the shit out of you.
Yeah.
But if
Blood
you
Knight
decide
mentality.
to come attack me despite this, I will body the shit out
Oh
of
yeah,
you.
Andrea's right. Blood
like-
Knight.
it's like-
Yeah, Blood Knight mentality. Yes, basically.
It's like that scene in Alien versus Predator, which again, people don't like that movie. I actually quite like that movie, but there's a scene in that I fucking love, and that's the scene where Wayland has like a flamethrower, and like you get this like inkling that the course of the movie he's like sick with a really bad disease. That's why he's doing all of this. He wants to like make a proper name and discovery for himself to really cement himself in everything. That's why he does everything he does in all the alien lore.
Yeah, Mouse
And,
says AVP is kind of goated.
It is. It's a great movie, honestly. But like he takes a flamethrower, and like he's grabbed by the Yautja, and it like scans him, and he notices that he has like a very bad disease, like a heart problem or something, or like maybe like tuberculosis or like cancer. I don't know what it was. I forget what it was. But the Predator code is that you're not supposed to hunt or kill things that you are frail and sick. That makes you look like a pansy to them.
Yeah.
So he throws him aside and goes, "I'm not gonna kill you." He picks up the flamethrower and he goes, "Don't turn your back on me," and torches them. The Predator stops, turns around, and goes, "Okay," and fucking impales the shit out of him.
Yeah. Dumbass.
That's what Zenogre is,
Fuck
and
around
I
and find out.
fucking love that.
Yeah. So
It's so cool.
and so like, but then there's Stygian Zenogre.
Oh, I love honestly the coolest subspecies to date.
So,
the color,
Sti-
the element
yeah.
change. Oh my god,
So,
you're cool.
Stygian Zenogre is black, red, and silver all over. And a lot of people, when they first see him, think that he's the edgy monster. No, Stygian Zenogre is still honorable, but the difference is that Stygian Zenogre now uses dragon energy, not electricity. And the other problem...
Dracophages instead of
Yeah,
thunderbugs.
yeah, Dracophage instead of thunderbugs. And there's another problem. Unlike Zenogre, who, won't pick a fight unless it thinks there's some, an equal match. No, Stygian Zenogre will just body you because it wants to. Stygian Zenogre will literally body you if, you show up and it's like, oh, you look interesting. And then it'll body you, and there's one other thing about it. Stygian Zenogre, again, this is debatable between the games, but there are some reports that say Stygian Zenogre likes killing, which I don't know if I agree with, because if that was the case, then we would be getting a lot of missions where it was like, hey, there's a Stygian Zenogre out killing for fun. We need to deal with it.
I think of Stygian similar to Vegeta in a way, where it's like, when this guy gets in a fight, oh, he's enjoying it.
Yes.
He takes his time to enjoy the fight, but is also one that will not get into a fight without good reason.
Mm-hmm.
But typically, it's like that Whose Line bit. You guys want to start a fight?
Yeah, you guys want to fight?
That's all it takes to get into a fight with Stygian.
It should also be noted that unlike Zinogre, who, like, if you run from Zinogre, like, might let you go. Like, if it's just like, you know, okay, you know, like, for example, if Zinogre is injured or hungry and you break off, it breaks off too, because it views it as, oh, this is an honorable break in the fight. If you run from Stygian, it'll fucking chase you. Like, it's the, one of my friends put it best. He was like, fucking ass hunter, get your ass back here! It'll chase you down.
I'm not finished with you!
Yeah, basically it's that I'm not finished with you yet. Where are you going? It'll chase you. Which,
Why are you running?
yeah, why are you running? Which is terrifying to which is terrifying to imagine, honestly.
Oh my god, it is legitimately like honestly, if I really have to pick like my favorite subspecies, Stygian Zinogre,
You look like you'd have interesting insides.
and
Let's find out.
That's Jesus,
Stygian Zinogre.
Andrea. That honestly, that might be true. That might be true. You look like you'd have interesting insides. Let's find out, Stygian
let's
Zinogre.
find out.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I love that. That's great.
And then there's Thunderlord Zinogre, who is literally just
Thunderlord's pretty cool.
Thunderlord is literally always fully charged, always, and literally has the weight, carries the weight of I'm going to stroll everywhere, because if something is stupid enough to attack me, then it must want to die. Because, and here's the thing, Thunderlord never starts a fight in the oncology reports. According to the oncology, like to the Bestiary reports, Thunderlord Zinogre doesn't start fights, it ends them. If you want to fight, you have to start it.
That's what it was.
Yeah, you have to start
I like
the fight.
Silver Moon Nargacuga.
Yeah. So, there's that. I
Well,
hate
it's like, oh my god, I fucking like Zinogre. Up until Mizutsune, Zinogre had the best theme of every monster in my personal opinion. Mizutsune, however, has dethroned that because I'm a fucking I am like addicted to
Wait,
like,
you don't
really good,
wait, you don't like Brachidios' Come On and Slam remix?
Well, no, it's like I love like Japanese style like flute music and whatnot. And then Rise gave it like vocals to it, and I'm like, oh my god, I didn't think it could get any better.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
like, if I really had to pick, like, if I had to truly pick a monster that I could truly simp for, it's Glavenus.
okay, that's fair. Glavenus is really
Because,
cool.
like, I love dinosaurs. Dinosaur was my very first word as a human being. I sit there and I just fucking like... What if we took Rathalos and made it land-based? Was apparently the design aspect they ran with for this thing. So you take a T-Rex, you give it demon horns,
a metal jaw, or like a
metallic jaw, and then a fucking sword tail.
that it sharpens on its jaw.
Then it wets it on its jaw, but uses that as a Beyblade spin from the tension.
Yep.
And it breathes fire?
Yep.
Bruh!
Yeah.
All you have to do is give it a fucking beam attack, and it would be the perfect monster.
There's actually a I'm trying to remember. There's actually a someone actually did it. I thought it was funny. Someone took the animation of Raiden from Metal Gear Rising getting knocked on his face and like his chin getting heated up from the friction, and then it cuts to Glavenus, like a picture of Glavenus going like you stole my whole fucking flow, which. I mean, I remember thinking, I'm like, well, technically he came first, dude. So, I mean.
Also, I also gotta say though, like, okay, so you know how in like with World they like updated a lot of sound effects that I'm not that keen on in some places. Like, Glavenus's roar pre-World was really, really cool.
Yeah.
It had like an anvil hitting clang at the start of it. To show you this is a monster with a weapon that it intends to wet, to perfect, and cut you to pieces.
Yep.
It's like it is a dinosaur's roar with a metallic punch, and that was super fucking cool. And that it's like weakened severely in the World Update version. I'm like, man, you like weakened what it sounds like.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna have to. That's gonna be it for the stream. I'm gonna shrink Morganna down real quick. I'm trying. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to ask you this while I'm doing this. What do you think is one monster whose potential could be enhanced, but they don't give it any attention?
Great Jaggy.
Really? Really? Out of
Hot
all.
take! Look, Great Jaggy was the very first monster I ever fought in the games, okay? It was like the very first hunt that you get in 4 Ultimate.
That's
And
fair.
I love that guy because he has a great cry and he's just a dinosaur. That's all. He's got nothing special to go about him. He's just a bird wyvern that barks at you, and I fucking love him for that.
I mean, I was going to
But
argue.
if I were to give a serious answer though,
Yeah.
ooh,
I
I would have to think about.
I was
that,
going to say
honestly.
Xantrios because, like, yeah, haha, funny shark, haha, funny shark frog. But, like, funny balloon shark frog. But at the same
I
time,
mean, honestly, like, because like he has that cool fucking ice armor. Like, he doesn't like inflate until he realizes, like, okay, so you're gonna break all my cool armor. You're an asshole. I'm just gonna fucking flatten you now. Like,
yeah.
that's funny. The reveal for that is funny. But you are right. It could be more interesting. But truthfully, if I really had to give an answer, uh. Oh man, because that's a really tough question though. Because of the like, honestly, like there are just monsters that I would like to see again that I either never got a chance to fight or because like I am glad that Gravios has come back because that monster's been neglected for
Oh, yeah.
years.
Mm-hmm.
But one monster I unironically want to see back is Giginox.
Oh, yeah. Giginox is a really cool
And
concept.
I'm gonna have to just phrase it this way because it's exactly what it is. It's the vagina to Kezu's penis.
I mean, that's
It's a vaginal designed monster where Kezu's phallic design, and that was intentional.
yeah.
But I never got to fight one, and I would like to, and I don't want to play the older games to do that. I think it could probably benefit from coming back because it is a creepy, gross monster. I like it.
Yeah. I
Um,
like it. Another.
like,
Oh,
and honestly, I guess, like, if I really had to pick, I guess it would probably be fucking Lagiacrus. Because Lagiacrus was introduced as an aquatic monster. It comes out in a game where they have a mechanic that no one likes because it wasn't done very well,
mm-hmm.
which understandable. And fighting it on land, because it was, and I remember fighting it in Gen. I remember fighting this monster in a game directly.
Yep.
However, it really wasn't that terrifying in that sense because you're
Yeah.
fighting a monster that's meant to be in the water on the land, so it's
Yep.
not really doing a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah.
So truthfully, I would probably have to say Lagiacrus, if only because like it's a monster that shined the best in its own game, but its own game had mechanical problems that were not fun.
Anyway, with that, I'm going to get us started for a raid. Thank you for stopping by, Nile. I appreciate it. It's always fun to bounce stuff off of you. So,
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Right.
It was probably, honestly, it was well timed, truthfully.
all right, no problem. I will talk to you later.
Yeah.
See you. All right, everybody. That's going to be it for tonight. We are going to go raid Quinny on main. Y'all be nice to Quinny. And with that, I will see you all tomorrow for Dragon Quest. So with that, it's been a privilege and a pleasure to entertain all of you. I hope you had a great time. I've been Saruk Windcaller, and remember, that the memories we make in life, good and bad, make us who we are. Don't trade them for anything. Love you guys. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.